Now we are going to begin the conference. This is Sujong Nam, research professor at Yonsei iPaid, and I'll be a conference moderator for 2 days. I would like to welcome all of you to the International Conference on Living Lab 2023. The title of this conference is Community Problem Solving and Innovation in Higher Education, and it is hosted by iPaid Yonsei University, and this conference is sponsored by National Research Foundation of Korea. For today's conference, we have invited distinguished scholars from all over the world. We have professors from Indonesia and the Philippines, US, Japan, Vietnam, and the Republic of Korea. They have been endeavored on Living Lab in higher education and try to make changes happen in the local community. Let me briefly introduce what we are going to talk and share today. Today's session will be divided into 3. You may refer to the program book, which is on your desk. We are going to have opening plenary, and after lunch, we have 2 sessions. For the first session right after lunch, speakers will share about how each university is engaged in local problem solving or how they are cooperate with other universities. And then we are going to have second session on living lab cases. In this session, professors from Indonesia and Vietnam will share about the process and outcome of the living lab class, which were conducted last semester. We are moving to opening plenary. After welcome remarks and congratulatory remarks, are going to have a special guest for keynote speech, and after keynote speech, Director of iPaid, Professor Shin, will make a presentation. Without further ado, we will begin with welcome remarks by Dean of College of Humanities and Social Sciences Convergence. Please welcome Dean Jeon Pyo-no with big hands.
I really appreciate for your participation in this invaluable academic gathering. As I understand, many of you already have experienced living lab-based problem-solving classes, and some of you will do in the coming next semester. Yonsei University Media Campus has continuously accumulated community-based and problem-solving learning experiences. We would like to exchange our ideas and share our experiences among participating institutions. I'm sure this exchange of experience and knowledge at this conference can be a solid and strong foundation for a higher purpose of sustaining community and society for a better world. For universities to play a key role in maintaining sustainable development as part of community and society, the creative and innovative teaching methods need to be studied and implemented to meet expectations of students, community, and society in general. We need to examine whether we are teaching right things in the right way. It is also important to discuss if we are teaching students with appropriate teaching methods. In this regard, this conference will give us many meaningful and insightful implications. Through this wonderful conference, we can establish a vibrant international network for mutual support and help. I hope this meeting will provide all of us with valuable opportunities for the enhancement and enrichment of the Living Lab program and for the cooperation in this area among participating universities. During the 3 days of conference, I wish you can enjoy our beautiful campus. It's very hot though. We are here in Meiji town. Meiji means branches of apricot tree, symbolically meaning righteousness. So we are right here, right? Please stay comfortable, even in a very short period of time. We will try our best to help iPaid to address any logistical issue if it happens. I wish you all the best and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Do, being with us for your warm remarks. Next, I would like to invite Professor Pro Santoso. Professor Santoso is professor in social and political science in Universitas Gadjah Mada for congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. It's very honor for me to be invited to Yonsei University, especially invitation from IPAD. We've been having a short discussion before I was invited, and it turned out that I have to deliver congratulatory remark. Thank you for that. As academia from Gadjah Mada University, the idea of a living laboratory has been there for a while, but we don't call it as living laboratory. And therefore, the branding or the idea of making straightly impactful research and education, I think it was really at stake. And I'm looking forward for taking part in the discussion along with our participants from all over the world as the announcement was presented. So effective education and effective learning, especially effective in the eye of the community at large, and also dedicated to real problem we face involved the education which transform the value and reproduce a value, and the education based on a value proposition has been the style of education at Gadjah Mada University. And we are very happy that the idea of educating students with value and also research with a commitment of value, value of humanity, value of problem solving, value of affecting the real world is, I think, the big imagination and the initiative from Yonsei to organize this conference are greatly appreciated. I do hope that given the discussion we have, the further collaborations needed, and maybe we can have like the consortia or institution to make the collaboration effectively on the ground, and we help each other in doing innovation and education. Thank you very much, and have a good seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Santoso. Now we are going to invite Professor Taedong Lee as a keynote speaker. Taedong Lee is a professor of Department of Political Science, Diplomacy at Yonsei University. Also, he is a principal investigator of Climate Adaptation Living Lab. Please welcome Professor Taedong Lee with a big hand.
Is it better to speak here? Good to see you. My name is Taedong Lee from Yonsei University. I'm honored to share my research with you, in particular who are interested in Living Lab. So today's topic for presentation is about how to utilize Living Lab to climate adaptation. So I think that I don't have much time to speak about all climate change science, I'd like to spend 2 slides to explain what is going on. Because not all of you are an expert in climate science. So here we go. So do you know how much we emit as a human being, emit the greenhouse gas emission a year? Yeah, it's a 6 billion ton of CO2 equivalent. Okay, 6 billion, approximately. What about South Korea? I know here's the answer. It's about 0.7 billion. So we emit about 1.2% of global greenhouse gas emission. And so it's about 460 billion ton will be the greenhouse gas emission to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. So we have about carbon budget of 11 years. That means if we emit this amount of greenhouse gas emission, so after about 10 years, we'll reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So many countries declare that carbon neutrality by 2050. And South Korea also declared that carbon neutrality or net zero by 2050. And also we declared that 40% of greenhouse gas emission reductions by 2030. Well, there's a lot of numbers, but let me give you a kind of more tangible example. Do you have any experience on diet? Losing your body weight? I always do. But always do begin by tomorrow, not today. But think about it. So, have you reduced 10% of your body weight? 10%. Have you? Not me. 20%. 40% by 2030. It's a lot. Why? Because we are so keen on eating. We love food, samgyeopsal, pork belly, and many delicious drinks. The society is the same. We are so addicted to use fossil fuel. It's really hard to change our, behavior. So even though there's a lot of declarations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, 40% or 100% by 2030 or 2050, it is really, really difficult. And it's not just about the addiction to the fossil fuel, but there's a huge, interest in energy and other existing structure. The political economy of greenhouse gas emission reduction is really difficult because, those who have interest in existing industry, energy industry and industries do not want to change their behavior and policy that much. Well, what would happen if we do not change our behavior? Okay, so basically, 이걸로는 안 되네. Basically, so we see that there's a lot of news on the natural disaster, but it's not just a natural disaster. It's mostly caused by the climate change. You probably read the news on the big fire in Hawaii. That's a beautiful place. It's almost gone. And big fire in Canada. The area of the burning place in Canada is almost equivalent to the area of South Korea, which is 100,000 square kilometers. Can you imagine that? If you have a fire on one building, we can see that, wow, what happened? But in Canada, the same size of South Korea is burning. 100,000 square kilometers. More than that. So, and not just Canada or Hawaii or Europe, South Korea also experienced rapid climate change and, the heavy precipitation, rainfalls, and about 40 people die out of the flood this year. The climate change is not the issue for the future. This is taking place, so we need to adopt. We need to adopt the climate risk. Otherwise, it's really hard to live. So what we are going to do? But it's really difficult, challenging to save the world. So as a scholar, as an educator, I'm really happy to do my part. I try to tackle the climate change, in particular climate adaptation, with research. I briefly introduced research on climate adaptation using Living Lab. This is national R&D, which is environmental Ministry of the Environment, and I'm heading this program, national R&D, about. I know the research subject name is pretty long. The development of user-specific decision support system for local climate change adaptation paths based on Living Lab and spatial planning. It's about 6-year project and a consortium of Yonsei and University of Seoul. We have about 40 researchers and including 15 professors and PhD researchers. It's about $5 million project, which is equivalent to 6.6 billion Korean won. So, the last year we had Typhoon Hinnamno. Hinnamno hit Pohang. Pohang is a place for the steel industry. POSCO, the POSCO steel factory there. There was a flood in the Nengcheon, the Neng stream. Then it flooded to the furnace, melting pot. And they had about 2 billion loss because everything stopped. And also in Pohang, those who live in the apartment, many people, park their car in the underground parking lot in South Korea. They want to save their cars. It's about $20,000 worth of car, but almost 10 died out of that. So climate change is not the thing that happened in the future. This is taking place. So we need to have a transformative adaptation. But how can we do that? So this transformative adaptation using Living Lab is a user-specific decision support system for local climate change adaptation paths based on the Living Lab and spatial planning. So there's a lot of adaptation policy, but mostly it's about the urban planning and with a top-down manner. But many adaptation planning and policy do not, think that much of the users, like local government, corporate companies, or education. So with this project, we are trying to have a climate change adaptation inventory and database. Then we're gonna have a Living Lab experiment, and also we try to build up the tools and the system. Then we can apply these tools and system to other places in South Korea and other places around the world. So mostly transformative climate change adaptations need interdisciplinary approach. But mostly, the climate change adaptation kind of dominated by the natural science. But however, the adaptations need adoption of users. So the social science, user-driven problem discovery and agenda setting, then the natural science with the regional space and climate data. They provide the climate data, and the social science, like political scientists and the public administrations, and have a co-creation of problem solving with the users. And the natural science reflecting regional risk sensitivities and validate the Living Lab with the experiment. and the development decision support technology considering social acceptability. So in this way, we can have this technical and expert and common use driven with a top-down manner. We can transform the living lab adaptation path with a social factor, considering social factors and resident user leading and locally customize the solutions with a bottom-up approach. So then how I define the living lab. Living lab consists, I think, the two keyword. First is living. Second, lab. Right? The living is equivalent to co-creation of users. Co-creation. So living is co-creation. Lab is about the experiment. So there's a lot of governance, but the participation per se may not guarantee the living lab. So we need to have a co-creation of solution with users. That's the co-creation and living part. And then we can test, validate the solution with the experiment. So it's important to develop this living lab approach with experiment. So basically, this is the kind of concept of, I know it's a look complicated, but it's a basic idea of experiment in science, in natural and social science. So basically, there are two cases: treatment and control group. Control group is the top-down manner, just ongoing, existing solution for the climate change adaptation, whatever it is, right? But compared to that, we have a living lab decision making and decision solution making, co-creation. So we can compare the top-down manner, control group and treatment group before, pre-test, and post-test. And we can compare this and that with many different methods like ANOVA or difference in difference or two-stage least square like statistical analysis. So that's a kind of conventional way to analyze the experiment. Now also we can apply the focus group interview because it's really important to get people together, users together, and make a solution together. Then compare this solution with the conventional policies. Then we can test whether and to what extent our living lab solution is better or worse. So what kind of variable we can look at? For the local government, we can measure the adaptation, attitude, and recognition and awareness. Or for the local government, what are the level of resilience and policy effectiveness, and what kind of institution they have before and after the living lab. And cooperation is one of the big target of this climate change adaptation. As I mentioned before, POSCO lost $2 billion US, 2조 won in Korean. That's huge, right? So cooperate mostly work on the climate mitigation, but they need to look at the adaptation to reduce the cost of their operation. So for sales, corporate image change, social value, and strategy, these are kind of value that we can test. For example, as I mentioned before, there's an apartment building without considering the climate change. That's the control group. But if we make the climate-proof apartment complex with a living lab, that's the test B. So which one is better in terms of sales, in terms of the perception on the safety, things like that. Then you can sell it to, so climate-proof apartment complex with a living lab is better than the existing building in this way with this experiment. So that's how we conduct the research on the living lab with a topic of climate adaptation. We also have an education team. These are all teams. Actually, this is a kind of huge projects. We have a local government climate adaptation team and corporate companies, climate adaptation teams and education teams and climate influential factors and climate scientist team and also the system development team. So we have 5 teams and they all work on that how we utilize a living lab and living lab approach to tackle climate change, in particular climate adaptation. So final goal is to develop this living lab techniques and decision-making supporting system. So first, living lab technique or guideline. So guideline, how can we implement a climate change related living lab? So by designing and conducting the living lab for the climate adaptation, each sub-groups of research team develop the execution living labs or local government cooperation education system is we compile the guideline because in Korean and also in English and other languages as well. So anyone who are interested in the climate adaptation using living lab, they can refer this guideline. This guideline part. Second part is the database part. So there's many interesting cases are going on around the world. Europe, Asia, North America, and South Korea, Japan, and many other places. We are trying to build up the database. Database, then anyone can download the database for their own project. And this one is a decision-making supporting tool. I know it's a kind of look complicated, but this is one of the key that we are trying to develop. So that's kind of hard to tell. Of the so we can tick who are the users. Okay, so local government, or the province level, or municipal level, or corporation, resident, you can pick, and what kind of strategy you are interested in, problem, recognition, or the management issue, the kind of program or monitoring assessment, and also you can take the sector you are interested in, and also you can have adaptation options here. Then you can also have a GIS showing before and after the living lab, without living lab and living lab, what kind of change you can see, and also see that how variables are changed before and after for the living lab implementation, and also how the climate adaptation path will changes in this way. So this is a kind of a system that we are developing, but system per se will be the object for the living lab. We are making this, but not just by the researcher groups, but we are trying to incorporate users to, okay, how do you think? Is it too complicated? Do we miss something? Then we can have a living lab, A type and B type, then test it with an experiment, then we can have better UI and UX, or we call it DX, the digital experience for the system. Then this kind of things can help for not for the the users in Korea, where we are translating in English first, and then anyone can access to the system, because it's not closed one. It should be open system for everyone to tackle climate change together. So I know it's a bit complicated. So our Yonsei side consists of social scientists, and University of Seoul. Seoul 시립대 consists of natural scientists. So we are collaborating with each other. The data and agenda setting go back and forth. In that way, we can build up the interdisciplinary outcome with the cost and shore issues and health sector, industry, energy, territory, heat wave, and management and ecosystem. So we can have a integrated system with the living lab techniques, adaptation DB, and the method, and decision-making supporting too. So these are the case for our living lab. So Incheon, Wonju, Suwon, we are the case, and also 통영 and Busan and 서대문구 as these are all our cases. So mostly we are working on the 통영 for the living lab education, in particular for the fishing industry. The serious issues on hot temperature in the ocean that damage the industry a lot. So we get to know that the problem. So how can we solve this problem, not just top-down manner, but how fishermen has a local knowledge, and how can we utilize this local knowledge to educate and made a program, education program together, things like that. So some of the big province or the city like Incheon has interest in climate change living lab, but they have not done yet so much. So it's a good opportunity for us to collaborate with Incheon to design and implement living lab, climate change adaptation living lab together. Okay, so there are many adaptation sectors like industry, territory, water management, health, shore and coastal area, ecosystem. So these are the kind of agenda that we can suggest at the initial stage, because many do not know what to do. However, this kind of agenda is not just suggested by us, the research team. This agenda should be suggested by the users, farmers, fishermen, and the teachers. Then we can have a co-create agenda. Not just, oh, here's the agenda, you should get involved in the project, but we are trying to get involved these users for the agenda setting stage as well. So the goal for the local government living lab, so local adaptation living lab, technological development, and local living lab management toolkit, the Incheon with a pilot operation, and then we have how the mega city like Incheon developed the climate adaptation plan and policy with the residents. So so these are 3 steps. First, conceptualizing and design, and pilot operation. With a pilot operation will be built in the system, then we test the operation with the system. So we can spread out and expand our decision-making tool to other areas as well. So this is one of the current research on climate living. I know it's a kind of abstract, but this is a concrete example. How can we make the living lab for the climate adaptation? One of the important things is how we inform the climate disaster. So alarming system is really important. Text message or other alarming system for the precipitation, drought, or the typhoon is really important. But when we read this text message, the top-down manner, we do not know what to do. So living lab, so that's a conventional one. So for living lab, we can make the content of climate change alarm text. So many different has different suggestions. So we try to incorporate those suggestions, and we could do the survey experiment for random sampled people. For example, 5 random sampled one with a conventional text message, climate alarms. and 5 random sampled living lab based text message. Then we can see that how they perceive the risk and how do they react based on the information they get. Then we can improve the quality of climate-related text message alarming system. So that's how we design and implement the living lab for climate adaptation. So there's a lot of a way to utilize this research outcome. So we are always keen on utilization, because if we make a solution, then no one uses it. It's useless. So one of the things that we are trying to do is to make these outcomes utilized in many different levels. First, we can have an international report. The IPCC, when you read the IPCC report, they are really interested and emphasize on the citizen participation in climate change mitigation and adaptation. So if we provide the research in article format or the books, then they can cite it, how we incorporate living lab for the climate adaptation for the next IPCC report. And also national and regional adaptation measure. In South Korea, we should have a basic we have a basic plan for the climate adaptation measures, and every provinces should design and implement the climate basic plan for every 5 years. So not that many provinces are keen on this participatory living lab type of research and implementation. So we can add the living lab for the climate adaptation plan. Also one of the most important part is about the companies. Companies are really focusing more on the mitigation. They do not know that much about climate change adaptation. So I work with SK, one of the big company, SK Telecoms and SK and POSCO and LG Chemicals. So how can they incorporate the idea of climate adaptation as well as the living lab? So if the company change their behavior, it saves a lot of money, also people as well. And also they can create a new market opportunity to tackle climate change, in particular with adaptation. And also we are doing for education as well. So how can we educate the student or farmers or fishermen and companies employee? And there are many different requests for the living lab education, climate change education. So not just researcher develop all the education program. The education program will be co-created by the users, and then we can compare that the living lab education and conventional education program, and what are the effective way to educate people with a living lab approach. So these are our team, the environmental politics, experiment, politics, and also education and urban climate, microclimate issues, communication department, system development. These are Yonsei side, and the special and environmental science, land use and ecosystem management, water management, statistics, evaluation, EIA, environmental impact assessment, civic engagement platform. So these are team for this R&D project. And this is me. This is one of my book on the energy, environment and energy living lab. This is one of the outcome for education living lab in the issue of climate and environmental issues. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, for excellent presentation. As we are exactly on time, I would like to open floor for the discussion. And considering the remaining time, I think 2 or 3 comments can be taken. So if you want to make a comment, then raise your hand. Yeah, you can use the mic. Yeah. Yeah, the mic is on.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be short. I really enjoy your presentation and thank you very much for sharing the project. I always have one question in mind regarding the role of the government. How this project convince the involvement of the government? Yeah, that would be it. Thank you very much.
And we can take more comments, 2 or 1 or 2. Yeah, Professor Junin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoy your presentation, but I come from the natural science of climate change research. To my point of view, this climate change issue even now exists in our life, but we still have a big question actually, because as Indonesia, a volcanic countries, we produce a lot of volcanic dust in the atmosphere, which is also not global warming in terms of my point of view, but it's also global cooling. How do you have a comment about that? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Invite foreign companies come to our country to invest or locate their factories in our country, and of course in our province get involved too. We are in the mountainous province and we are developing province, and recent year there are many foreign companies come to our province to locate their factories, and of course when the more companies located in this area, the more carbon dioxide produced by them, and of course the fact that is good to the local people, because they have opportunity to have the job, but it's also effect on our environment. Yes. And the fact that many people around live around the companies get disease, especially cancer. So it's a problem, and we're concerned about the solution for it. We would like to have more foreign company come to invest or come to locate it in our area. But aside from that, it's effect on our environment. So what is the best solution for it? Yes, thank you very much.
So I don't see any hand raised. So yeah, Stephen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I enjoyed it very much. I have just 2 questions or comments. One is, this project seems very well developed. Maybe I would like to hear about the process of developing this over time. This seems like an end goal. You have a handful of universities and a lot of bureaucracy involved here, and it seems like there's a lot of money involved, a lot of personnel. So how did that process go to get this to where it is now? And the other thing I wanted to mention was, I enjoyed the analogy that you used in the beginning about dieting, but my first instinct to If I lose 30% of my body weight, I might not be able to walk. So, I mean, and I think it also helps us understand climate change a little bit, because if we remove too much too fast, countries and people won't be able to function properly. So I thought you might want to address that as well. Thanks.
So, Professor Lee, please response.
Thank you for all good questions and the comment. The first of all, the role of government. I think this is the key. If the national government and local government do not care that much about the climate adaptation, no one will do. So we are researchers. We are trying to share our research findings and the suggestion. But if the local or the national government do not adopt that suggestion, it's almost, we'll have another report. That's it. So the primary role of government is listen to the scientific, outcome, then try to adopt and utilize the findings to facilitate the users' participation and actual solution making with a co-creation. So that's a key, the role of the government. In particular for the adaptation, local government is the key. National government set the agenda and the framework and the law and the process. But those who are working on the real climate adaptation is the local government. So local government is really important in terms of the designing and implement the climate change adaptation. But so far they are working on the more top-down manner. So we are trying to add some bottom-up approach with the experiment. So living lab. So they are interested in this type of approach. So secondly, I know there's the controversy of global coolings with the particulate matters or SOx and sulfur dioxide, nitrous dioxide. If we have this type of particles that have a impact on cooling, so if there's the volcano eruptions and around the area is cooled. However, that's an air pollutant. There are some geoengineering scientists argue that we may have a particle in the atmosphere, then we may have a cooling. But I think that is like kind of mad scientist or crazy, because we are trying hard to reduce particulate matters a lot and SOx and NOx. Even though it has some of the impact of cooling, but spreading out this particulate matter in the atmosphere is not a good option. Maybe that may tackle one issue like climate change. However, that increase air pollutant. So you may remember, if you watch a movie Snowpiercer or 설국열차 in South Korea, there's a famous movie by director Bong Joon-ho. The beginning point is that they spread out the scene. The movie scene was beginning because why there's so many snow, because they spread out the chemicals in the atmosphere. Then they do not know the side effect. So and frozen everything. So I know that's a scientific fiction, science fiction, and it's a movie. But I do not agree that we need to spread out the pollutant to decrease the temperature. So third question, that FDA and factory locations. There's the famous argument of pollution heaven. So those developed countries try to export the dirty industry in developing countries, then they make kind of have a low the environmental regulation. However, how can we deal with that? So first, I think that the boom of the ESG is one way. So every company, big company, need to manage not just the factory in their domestic jurisdiction. They need to take care of the factories in overseas. So they need to report it. So in that case, is a transparency on information on what is going on in other factories are pretty important. So in terms of climate adaptation, it also has a implication because you probably all know that there was a flood in Thailand and many factories from Japan and other places, they could not operate. The loss is huge, was really huge. So if we build up the how we assess the physical risk by the climate change, like flood and drought and water shortage, things like that, in overseas factories with the overseas resident and the stakeholders and users, then we provide a better solution with the living lab. So first, through the ESG, transparency and information provision, then the headquarters should take care of the pollution in overseas factory. That's one. Secondly, climate change adaptation regard. The living lab is one way to tackle the problem that you mentioned. Then we can reduce the risk for the operation. That's good for the local workers because they do not need to stop their job, quit their job because the operation is done. Then it's almost impossible to work in the factories, right? So that's good for both in the local and the company who invest their asset to the foreign places. And for the process, this is kind of initial stage. For 6 years, we just began this project by about April, but about June. But it took a long time to get this grant because they said this grant should be determined by the National Assembly. The huge national R&D is not the NRF, National Research Foundation money. So rather it's a kind of, we have a pre-assessment in National Assembly, 예비 타당성 조사 for the national R&D. So it's a take long time. There's a lot of competition, but with the good consortium, then with the social scientists and natural scientists, then we could begin our project from this year and about June. So we'll see what will happen for the next 6 years. And the aim or vision of these projects to be a kind of world best in terms of climate adaptation, living lab. And diet issue, yeah, I know that. But if I tell that the number 6 billion ton of CO2 equivalents, it's hard to understand. I know, so if you lose all the weight, we're going to die. Yes, I understand that. However, if we tell the big numbers and the 10% reduction, so, well, 40% reduction, okay, what does it mean? But if you say that the 70 kilograms of body weight and 40% reduction by 2030 is you need to reduce 28 kilograms, a lot. You may suffer from that. I know it's different from the system, the social system, socio-economic system and the human body, but I try to use an analogy to think about how difficult to reduce some amount of the body weight or greenhouse gas emission. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much for wonderful presentation and reflections. And now we are moving to the next presentation. Next presentation will be made by Professor Sang-Bum Shin, who is the director of IPAID. He will introduce Living Lab Educational cooperation between Yonsei and our partner universities who attended today. Some of the participants are already engaged in this cooperation, but some are expected partners. So he will make a brief overview of this project so that everyone can be at the same stage. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. I think probably I'm the only one who knows all of you personally. This, for all of you, thank you for coming. And for some of you, you had to take 2 airplanes, so really, really happy to see all of you. And thank you for Professor Taedong Lee about the nice opening speech. And he's one of the renowned scholars, top-level scholars in Korea. And I'm really happy to find that he was the one who taught me about the Living Lab first a long time ago. So I came to know about the Living Lab because of him. So, and his specialty is about the global environmental politics, just like me. So really happy to see him today. And what I'm going to do is to introduce briefly what we have done so far. The basic idea is we took the research fund from the National Research Foundation in Korea last year. It's not really a big fund, just like him. His research fund is just like a huge amount of enormous fund in the humanities and social science side. It's a very exceptional amount of fund. But we do have some additional funds too. But this basic idea is we do some Living Lab project course in Yonsei University, and our partner universities do the same thing. And we compare and contrast those 2 things. And then understanding and coping with global problems by educational cooperation. So that's the purpose. We at the beginning of this project, we didn't really have a very specific idea, but our strategy was just see what's happening. We haven't expected a lot of different outcomes, but it turned out very successful. The original idea was students might have focused on different problems of their local neighborhood, for example, because the conditions were different. And the solutions might be different depending on different conditions, social, economic, political conditions that they are facing. So that was our expectations. And then we are doing some analysis and research about those outcomes too. We have some professors here. Well, why do we do that? Understanding this is one of the best ways to understand the global way of problem solving. Global means global problems are addressed in each different local context. If we don't do this, I think in a global scale, we don't have any solution anymore. So every solution has failed, in my judgment, personal judgment, but we don't expect too much about that. But what we do expect is about things happening in local areas. In each local areas, we tackle climate change, we tackle pandemics, so I think it's more effective. And then also we expect some interactive understanding of partner countries with comparative perspective. In our conventional way to understand partner countries is just search for the internet, and if it's Indonesia, for example, if it's Yogyakarta, for example, we search some information from the internet, or we read some books about that. But this is the way of a new way of understanding. We try to understand Yogyakarta from the perspectives of the problem solving. What kind of problems do they have? What kind of solutions do they come up with? In those processes, we are trying to understand and compare our country and your country. So I think it's kind of new way of pedagogy in political science and in social science and whatever. Number 3 is a deep developing common curriculum and offer a common course. That's a long-term goal, but that's included in our research proposal, so we have to do that. So in somehow we have to do that. If we can do that, then it's a higher goal, but that's really positive. For example, we can write a syllabus, a common syllabus with you. In my course and Professor, for example, Junen's course, we can make a core syllabus and we can teach together, or we can, if we have pile up some of those courses into a module, and then we can develop that into a kind of program co-program, just like a series of problem-solving courses in social science, for example. And then we can share those modules with Yonsei University and your universities. And then that's a kind of a nice set of teaching and learning structure. And then number 4 is the developing exchange student program on overseas studies opportunities. We can focus on problem-solving activities and then develop this into a new program for attracting more overseas students for the exchange students program, something like that. If we develop this further and further in Yonsei University in Mira campus, I think we can attract more foreign students based on this kind of Yonsei model of teaching and learning methods focused on living lab-based problem solving. So last semester, we have done all these classes. We have here today Professor Dao and Professor Tui. They are going to present what they have done in last semester, and I think in today's afternoon session and today's afternoon session. Professor Dao's class was international economics, and Professor Tui's class was social work with ethnic minorities. In those two classes, they applied the living lab-based problem-solving sessions. And students, they go out for their streets to find some problems, and then they just come up with solutions, and then they present it at the end of the semester, and then they shared those video clips about their presentations with Yonsei University students. And the number of groups were 3 and 2. And then University of Gajah Mada in Indonesia, in the global public policy, we have today Professor Gabriel Lely and Erda. They also had a very nice sessions about living lab-based problem-solving projects. A number of groups were 9, but all those 9 groups were very excellent. So we can see those video clips in the YouTube too. And then we have one partner from the United States, which is Bridgewater State University Political Science Department. Her name is In-Kyung Kim. She's going to present her experience in tomorrow morning and then I'm going to present my class in tomorrow morning too. So these are what we have done so far. And in the next semester, probably we're going to have another cooperation with Professor Pruill and Professor Randall, and then some other professors too. So we are expecting very much about that. Exciting to see those outcomes. So what we are going to do today and tomorrow. First, we are going to share what did we do and how. With what can we learn from each other, and what are the strengths and weaknesses of living lab-based problem solving, and what are the conditions for effective cooperation between Yonsei and partner universities, and what can we do for research about this outcomes. We can cooperate, we can discuss for further cooperation in terms of the research too. What does this mean for existing ODA projects? We have Professor Kim Young-jae here. He's in charge of the ODA projects in our institution as a vice director. He is taking in charge of 4 different ODA projects currently. And then one of them is actually in Vietnam. So we first contacted Dan Chao University in Vietnam because we have been doing our ODA project there. So the basic idea was we try to find some local universities located in our ODA project sites, and then see how these ODA project and this educational cooperation project work each other. But and try to find some other partner universities, just like UGM. So we extended our partnerships with other non-ODA site universities too. So that's what we have done so far, and that's something that we will expect in the next semester too. So today and tomorrow we will see many interesting cases and interesting presentations. So again, thank you for coming. And after lunch, we have also nice presentations from Professor Junun about his experience, former experiences of his Living Lab courses. And then also Professor Yan, in the case of Danjiao University's international cooperation, and Professor Garda, her experiences about problem-solving activities in Bataan Peninsula State University in the Philippines. So we will have nice 3 presentations, and after that, we'll share our former class experiences, starting from professors in Vietnam. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shin. It's 11:06, and we're supposed to have our lunch at 11:30. It means that we have 24 minutes. So, yeah, I'd like to open the floor to our participants. If you have a question or a comment, then you can raise your hand. Before we open the floor, I'd like to invite Vice Director of the IPAID, Young-jae Kim. Please welcome him.
Nice to meet you too. So I'm so very happy because you're together is in big conference in here. So I'm so very happy. So I don't know, but this living names I don't know, but it's so it's very simple these things because Professor E say together living name is two key words, living or rap. So it's very simple. Yeah. So I know. So thank you so much. I am appreciated is together got so very time is have a good time and anymore in universities, you know. So happy time is good. Keep going with yours. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. I saw the Professor Glanda's hands raised, so please go ahead.
Okay, good morning to everyone. I would like to thank Professor San Bonsin for inviting us here, and we are enlightened with what we're going to do in a living lab in our campus, since we don't have yet. So with your presentation, I think we can do it together with Serendel here. Thank you very much.
So we have 20 minutes, so yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for giving us a chance to comment on this session. And I'm Professor Ha Young-shin from Semang University in South Korea. And actually, I am now in my home ground, so I think it's my responsibility to hold all you on for lunchtime. Yeah. So I just keep my questions to Tae-Jung Lee for. We have so much time for later for in South Korea, but I just want to have 2 questions to talk about your presentation on how to make some local participation, just like the Tongyeong's case, like the fisheries. I mean, the local fishermen can participate for digging out the problem and making some solutions for the kind of climate change in their local. But I think it is one of the critical question, and I think it's kind of intrinsic problem in the living lab process for local government about that, how to handle the information gap and the knowledge gap between the real end user and the professionals and the scientists. Because, you know, the knowledge and the understanding the way of the sea and their natural environment are very different to the natural way for fishermen and the scientists and the local administration. So how to handle the gap between the terminology and the information, and how do they perceive the weather conditions, or how do they perceive the information in the, some official way, and their, how to send from their ancestors to the fishermen. So that is the one question. And the second one is your terminology, your glossary for the climate adaptation. I think it's very problematic and kind of critical way to how do we express the concept of global warming. So it is kind of, we have the Chinese notion to the global warming, to the climate change. It's kind of a very political way. So when you say the global warming as a climate adaptation, I think it's a kind of, it is irresistible, and we could not help how to, change the things. So we just have to adapt it. We just accept it as a natural process. So I think when you are dealing with this acknowledgement for the local people to sending some SMS, like the weather forecasting to in the very different way. So how to you pick up the terminology, how to pick up the words to deeming out is a kind of negative way. But you can change something on this kind of global warming, not to say the climate change for kind of rhetoric.
Thank you for the question. I think that there are three questions on the first, how can we facilitate local participation in Living Lab projects? So the quick answer is to find the local institution who are working on that specific problem. I know it takes time, but if you do not have a kind of local connection, it's really, really important, really a challenge to find the actual users or the residents. So finding the local institution that are well known about that places, also know the place as well. So for the Tongyang example, there is a local institution named Tongyang RCE. RCE is Regional Center for Environmental Education, and they work on this environmental education in Tongyang, and globally connected and nationally connected, but based in Tongyang, and they have networks. Unfortunately, the CEO or direct CEO of the Tongyang RC is a mayor of Tongyang. So that's their scheme, their infrastructure hierarchy. So the one way to make a link is to have a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the research project or those who are working on this issue with a local institution. Broadly, then listen to what they cry out for. So we didn't know that much about the Tongyang area, but in Tongyang area, the fishery industry is a really important industry for the region. Then we get to know that the problems, then we try to fill the information gap with the Living Lab. I heard that the fishermen for 6 years old, really stubborn. They know how to do. They know well. They're much better in terms of knowing how to do their fishery task. However, they were really kind of astonished by the changes, because it's unprecedented changes they never had before. So the one thing that the Living Lab is, A group is a fisherman without any information from us and from the scientists, and B group with say the information provision with the education program with us, with our research team and the natural scientists in terms of the ocean science and climate change issue, then we can compare how they aware the problems and how they respond to the problem, compare the both groups. Then, if the information gap filled with the living lab, the co-creation and experimentation, then we can spread out our outcomes. So I know it's a stubborn, 70, 60 years old fishermen, but if we deliver the information this way, then it works. Kind of solution provision. Then we expect to fill the information gap we may have. And third, the terms. So global warming, climate change, and climate adaptation. So we used to had a term global warming. And however, climate change is more, I think that scientifically neutral term, because some places getting hotter, so other places getting cooler. So each and every places have experienced different changes. So in scientific field, we use the term climate change rather than global warming, because global warming per se is that, give an impression that every places get warmed, but it's not the case. But in general, or overall, we have the global temperature and the concentration of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere is going up, but the impacts are different. So some say that it's not global warming, but global boiling. That's a kind of term, but it's a more media term. But in scientific arena, we usually use the term climate change. Climate change adaptation. So the climate change policy, the climate adaptation is another term that scientists use. There are two different types of climate change policy. First one is mitigation. Second one is adaptation. Mitigation is a reduction of greenhouse gas emission. Adaptation is that, however, climate change has an impact on us now. So we need to adapt the changes. Otherwise, that's a term. So it's not my term, but as you mentioned that many people say, so if you say that the term climate change adaptation, so are we quitting the mitigation? No, we should do both, mitigation and adaptations. Adaptation is more related to the natural disaster management caused by the climate change. So this is a current and ongoing issue, and we should reduce the risk of natural disaster caused by the climate change, like I mentioned before, fire and heat temperatures, and there's a lot of impact on the industry as well. So we have the Samsung Electronics and TSMC in Taiwan. They are semiconductor producers. They use a lot of water, but last year in Taiwan, in TSMC, one of the biggest semiconductor producer, they lack of water because of drought. Then, someone else need to sacrifice to use the water, and agriculture products sacrifice the use of water to provide the water to semiconductor because of it's more value-added industry. However, those farmers in the area should sacrifice without water, and they just fail the crop yielding at that year. So that happens almost everywhere. So in Texas, Samsung Electronics has a problem of really cold weather. Think about it. Texas, the cold weather is about minus 10 degrees Celsius. They're gonna die because they are not expecting that kind of cold weather there. So climate adaptation is that climate change is ongoing, not the future issue. Now we need to tackle the climate change and natural disaster now. That's the term of climate change adaptation. However, you're right. So if we mention the climate adaptation or 적응, then are we supposed to do that? So, but it's closely related to natural disaster management.
Thank you again, professors. Now we have 10 minutes until we have Professor Santoso.
Okay. Thank you. I figured that from the speaker this morning, there are two champions in this project the program, Professor Shin and Professor Lee. I just want to ask you a personal question, actually. What drives you to do this kind of thing? Thank you.
Well, I'm not really sure about this, but we are studying in the environment, environmental politics, and for me, I just started to study global environmental regimes. Regimes means like international environmental treaties, regulations, and I found that after 20 years of, I started this study in late 1990s, I guess, mid 1990s, and I began to teach all those international environmental laws and international environmental treaties, what's happening in the global scale to my students. And after 20 years of study and teaching global environmental politics at the international regime level, my conclusion is frustration. Nothing. So, but compared to that, what's happening here in terms of the Living Lab experiments and progress, it was really amazing for me. So, so it's a very simple motivation. I don't teach international environmental laws anymore. I think students do not have to learn that. One of the big names in global environmental politics side in academia, his comment is this is a kind of intended optimism academically. They try to see this is really a progress. We're going to make some progress in terms of fighting climate change. That kind of over optimism is intended academically. That brings us more research fund, more jobs, more opportunities, but doesn't solve the problem. So that's my personal experience.
Yeah, pretty similar, but I'm keen on the tangible solution. So Living Lab is one way to learn, not just learn, and also provide solutions. So Professor Shin and I also really interested in developing pedagogies. So Living Lab is the approach to identify problems and make a solution with a co-creation. And not just it, and also we can have a experimentation, then we can test and verify how solution works. So basically the tangible solution, not just for the research and education, is a big motivation. And secondly, if students learn this approach, then I think they get better in terms of handling the problems, identify problems and identify stakeholders, and how do they work with the stakeholders, then how they implement the solutions. So if they learn this process, not just, I know that it's important to provide a good information with a lecture, but if they do their own, they get better in terms of many solution-seeking attitude and the techniques. So for example, I do this for the undergrad and graduate student, and I have supervised less than 30 students for graduate students, PhD and MA. 100% of students get hired or went to oversee PhD program. Not just not just for the research skill, they get to know how to conduct the research with this the tangible solution. I think that they are better in terms of the green job making.
Now, I think now the time is over. So why don't we take a group photo before we go for lunch? And we will begin our session at 1 p.m. So the opening session is closed. Thank you so much. 네. We will take Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch and took some rest. And we are going to move for the afternoon session, session 1. So are you ready for that? Yeah. The session 1 is titled to Community Problem Solving, Innovation, and Cooperation in Higher Education. In this session, speakers are asked to introduce about how your university is engaged in local problem solving, but not limited to this topic. Presenter will also introduce countrywide higher education policy or case of international cooperation. We have 3 presenters and 2 discussants for this session, and the speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 25 minutes and 10 minutes for discussant. And I would like to invite Professor Junun Saritohadi. He's a professor in soil geography. Also, he is the coordinator of International Cooperation Unit at the Faculty of Agriculture at UGM. Title of his presentation is Transbulant Living Laboratory for Community Development Under the Threat of Natural Hazard. Please welcome Professor Saritohadi with big hand.
Okay, this is move forward and this.
Oh, this is forward.
Okay, this is fake.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I think this is the most hard time for us because after lunch usually we are collapse. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Professor Sang Brum Sin, who invited me to give me opportunity to talk with you all about my field laboratory. Yeah, I call as a field laboratory. In the beginning, this is really laboratory where our students we are involving to do research, field-based research, not laboratory, indoor laboratory research, but outdoor laboratory research. Of course, we involve also the community living inside of the laboratory. So that's why I'm very happy to know Professor Sang Brum Sin, and we are going to collaborate for the future. Well, yeah. Okay. Transbulant. It is a strange name. Yeah. Transbulant stands for transition of natural processes in the built-up environment. So we call it as a transbulant. Transbulant initially is a physical environment laboratories. So we learn soil erosion, we learn landslide, we learn drought. Of course, this kind of hydrometeorological hazard is linked to the issue of the climate change. This morning, Professor Tae-Dong Lee discussed. Yeah. Transbulant consists of researchers coming from any field of science, coming from not only from Universitas Gadjah Mada where I come from, but also from university, from other city, from other islands inside of Indonesia. And sometimes also we have researchers from Mexico, from Chile, from Germany, from Netherlands, and also from other countries such as Malaysia and Singapore. And we also involve some students in the high school. They are coming to our lab and learn something which is very real. It's not only based on the pictures or textbook materials in class, but we bring them into the field and to see the reality of the problems discussed in the books. So Transbulance carried out a living laboratory and become the bridge between the university programs, which is community service program, fieldwork, independent learning campus, and research, and also together with the community. Yeah. And this is some photos. We are working together with the local communities and with the students coming from many departments and also from other universities from other countries. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Inside of Gajah Mada, we have what we call as a KKN, is kind of a community program service in UGM. In UGM is Universitas Gajah Mada. We cannot translate into Gajah Mada University. Actually, the name is Universitas Gajah Mada. So community service or KKN is a kind of a obligatory courses. It's already established since 1963 from in UGM and continues into nowadays curriculum. So every BSc students, they are obligatory to take this KKN. KKN now having a credit of 8 credits. So they have to learn many things and together with the community. The first program in our laboratory in Transbulance is KKN. And then the second ones, we have also kind of a field work. This is also a formal course in some programs, especially in the Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Geography, Faculty of Forestry, Faculty of Agriculture, Engineering, and I think in other many programs inside of Gajah Mada, they have such kind of program KKL, and Transbulance can accommodate these programs. And the second one is nowadays Indonesia, the higher education, the Ministry of Higher Education in Indonesia, we have what we call SMBKM. And BKM means from stand for Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. It is kind of a independent learning campus programs. They have 20 credits. So the student have to deploy to the community and learn from them and have 20 credits. So they have to stay in the community for about 4 months, continuous. Yeah, this is the recent programs, what we call as MPKM, and Transbulance also accommodate this kind of program. And then the fourth one is PKM. PKM means community service. Usually, this PKM is done by the lecturers and also other academia members inside of Gajah Mada, and sometimes also involve students, particularly students from master and PhD students. They are not stay inside of the together with the community, but they just regularly serve them and also take some photos of real problem in the community. And the last one is the most important things. That is research. So initially, laboratory is set up as a place to do research, and so far we already have more than 150 research from transfluence in the form of student research done by BAC. About 75 students already passed from their study from the research in the transfluence, and also master student around 80 students have already passed from their final exam by doing research in transfluence, and still limited PhD student pass from transfluence. So many of them they publish also in the international journal. But most of them, they are not published because of most of them are still research, basic research in BAc level. And the other ones, transfluence, since we developed since 2013. Yes, so first time we established the field laboratory in 2013, and now since 2020 we expand into another areas. In the beginnings, our laboratory is located in Magelang sub-district, yeah, and then now we expand into Giripurno. It is located surrounding Borobudur Temple, which is very famous as a tourist area in Indonesia, and the third one is in Naungan Selo Pamioro. Those three locations have their own problems, which is difference. First area, we work with erosion, soil erosion, and landslide. The second area is also still a landslide, but the landslide is not, the material is not soil, but this is rockfall, rock slide, which is the conservation measure should be different, and the adaptation is very specific by done by the local people. And Naungan Selo Pamioro is also the third locations have a specific problem in agriculture development, especially for shallot plantations. Shallot has become now also international commodity. We export to Australia, we export to other countries, and it has become a kind of a trigger how to make adaptation in the community. So, and then this is kind of a description of the first transfluent laboratory, what we call as a Pompon. Pompon is kind of a sub-watershed, so it is very ideal field laboratory in the form of watershed, where the interaction between people and the physical environment we can observe clearly in the outlet of the river. So when some things goes wrong inside of this area, the sediments, the water availability will very much influence from these activities. So that's from physical point of view. From economical point of view, maybe different because of the trigger of the changes is always triggered by the commodity price, yeah, the income, yeah, and later on the community is very much influenced from remittance income. They are working outside of this area, but they bring money inside. So the engagement of the people with the physical environment would be different. That make the changes of the interaction between physical and socio-cultural condition. And this kind of soil erosions, we as a laboratory, we have equipment, field equipment, kind of a sediment trap, and also water, small water storage like this. And this is our method. We develop how to measure, and from physical side, we make it kind of a grid, and from the productivity, we also measure the decline of productivities of some agricultural products. Yeah, to encourage people to do soil conservation, water conservation, we have to improve the income of the communities. So we try to involve the ladies in who live inside to make a kind of added value of the product, so they have more income from the agricultural products. This is just pictures, and then this is the Giripurno, the second laboratories located in the surrounding Borobudur. So we encourage them to develop tourism activities. So conservation is activities we blend it into tourism activities. So how to make kind of a water conservation, and we prepare kind of a story for tourism to learn some things from the community. I just go straight ahead into simple technology, how to control water cursor from the settlement areas, and then we make it into kind of a tourist attractions. Yeah, simple. Yeah, this is also how to control the water discharge in the river, and we prepare kind of a small pool for tourist attractions, as kind of forest bathing. Now is becoming more famous. Tourist forest bathing. This is the existing condition, but now the picture is become better, because we can use it water for productions. And this is the socialization, how to educate the people in with the hospitality to serve tourists. Yeah. And the second one, as you see, our area is mostly agricultural land. Yeah. This agriculture have a problem with the drought, because of this is a hilly area actually, where the water is always they facing the problem of water shortage during the dry season, while the dry season is the most period which is suitable to produce shallot, and they have no water. And our government, they introduce techniques which is not totally environmentally friendly. The use of deep well to irrigate the shallot. So now we try to harvest the soil, to harvest the rainfall, and use the local small depression. Yeah, we encourage that, and we already calculate that actually the rainfall
is sufficient to support 3 times of sellout production within a year. So that's what we done in Selo Pamioro. You see, we prepare a kind of a design of a small water storage, but the water storage is not consume the agriculture itself. It's just using or empowering the local local operation. Yeah. This is what our activities. We again, because of this is a laboratory, so we have installed also some measurement equipment. Yeah. And that's all what I'm doing. So I'm very happy when if we can work together to do research or to do community services or to learn something from our community. Of course, I cannot tell you all the process inside of the community because of the local culture. It is very difficult to describe. It is better if you visit directly our laboratory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sartoadi. You kept 20 minutes sharp. Thank you. Nextly, let me invite Professor Do Hai Yen. She is the Deputy Head of Science Management and International Relations Office at Tanchao University. Title of her presentation is International Student Cultural Exchange Program at Tanchao University. Please welcome her.
Morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Do Hai Yen, and I am now working in the Tanchao University, the university located in Tuyên Quang province, which look in the northern of Vietnam. And at the moment, I work in the Office of Science Management and International Relations, and I am responsible for the connection with the university partner and implementing some collaborative activities between our university with the partners. And aside from that, I am also a lecturer in the faculties of Economic and Business Administration. Today it has been my honor to be here to introduce one of our international program between our university with the partners, the International Student Cultural Exchange Program in Tanchao University. Firstly, I would like to introduce briefly about our university. Tanchao University is a public university in Vietnam, and we are under the management of local authorities. In Vietnam, we have two types of university. One for those university who which located in the big city like Hanoi or other big cities in the country. They belong to the management of Ministry of Education, and the others university like us, we are under the management of the local authorities. Like we belong to provincial management, and at the moment we have about 300 employees with 6,000 students approximately, and now we have 7 faculties with fundamental science And the course that belong to this faculty is mathematics, teaching education, biology, teacher education, and physics. For the culture, tourism, and economics, business administration, the primary education, agriculture, forestry, and fishery, and psychological education and social work, and medicine and pharmacy. This institution, I mean, our university were found in 1005. We were found in 1569, but we became university since 2013. In previous time, we were a college. In Vietnam, you know, the college is quite different with the university. I know in some countries, the college and university are the same concept, right? But in our university, in our country, university is meant students have to take 4 years to get the bachelor. But for the college, 3 years of training. So the college is lower level than university. So in previous time, before 2013, we were the college, and after that, we became university. So we are still small and new universities in our country. The mission and vision of the university is to help to improve people's living standards and contribute to the national construction and international integration. And the university also, the slogan of the university is training quality is a key factor for sustainable existence and development. And we strive to work effectively for sustainable development, improving education and enhancing people's living standards and serving the communities. And the strategy of the university is improving the education, and aside from that, we try to strengthening external collaboration worldwide, and we shared the identity. Currently, we have some strong partnership with some university in Philippines, such as University of Northern Philippines, University of Southeastern Philippines, and Pampanga State Agriculture University and Malacca City College. In Thailand, we have a relationship with Sakonnakhon Rajabat University, Suandusis Rajabat University, and Udon Thani University. And in Korea, we have a relationship with Hankyong University and of course IPAD Yonsei University since last year. And in Malaysia, we have a collaboration relationship with Science University, and in China, we have a relationship with Yunnan University of Finance and Economics and Wangxinomo University. Of course, after this conference, we would like to explore and we would like to expand our relationship with your universities here also. Yes. And some international cooperation activities has been implemented by our university so far. First, we have some Vietnamese languages training program with certification for foreigners who would like to study our languages, and after that they can attend some courses in some university in Vietnam. And we accept international students, all of undergraduate majors in Vietnamese language. And we organize the International Student Summer Camp
and also international student culture exchange program. And we have cooperation in short-term and long-term practical internship for undergraduate international students. And we cooperate in developing training and research projects in the field of plant cells tissues and natural science, social science, economics, and agriculture and tourism. And among these activities, I would like to highlight one of the programs that we successfully organized with our partners is International Student Culture Exchange Program. Sorry for some words. Yes. As you see, this program we organized it since 2017, and until now we successfully organized this program 3 times. And with this program, we have some students from Korea, Philippines, China, and Laos, and Malaysia to participated in our program. And the purpose of this program is to provide meaningful opportunities for international students to experience culture, historical and natural beauty of our province. And they have opportunity to get to know the locals, experience the culture and local livings as they do. And we try to create positive relationship among international students from diverse countries. And to participate in this program, the student will gain a deeper understanding of themselves and people around, deepening the knowledge of foreign culture and strengthening international relationship with each other. And this program take place in 1 week, and the detailed activities is because we organize this program in autumn seasons, so the international student will have opportunity to enjoy our festival, Mid-Autumn Festival. This is one of the biggest festival for Mid-Autumn Festival in our countries, and take place in Tuyên Quang province. And we created the second days for a student to share and to learn how to cook the local food, and also the international student teach our students how to cook their traditional food also. And through these activities, international student and ours have opportunity to understand more about the traditional food from diverse countries. And we took them to visit some local destination, especially in farmer or in rural areas, to provide opportunity for international students to understand more about the local life of the farmers, and understand more about Vietnam's culture, and we let them to participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival also, and to do the volunteer works to help the homeless people, the elders people, and the children without families, to celebrate the Mid Autumn Festival, and we took them to visit to get to know more about Tuyên Quang people and Tuyên Quang history through the museum. And one of the highlights of this program is the international students, when they participated the program, they will perform their traditional dancing, or they can sing, or they can show the performance that's unique from their country. And through this program, we can international student can understand more about the different culture from the different country. So that's all for 1 week of the program, and until now we have students from America too to join in our program, and hopefully in the future we can yes, we can have your students to participate in our program. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Do. Last presenter of this session is Professor Glenda Castro Magno. She is Associate Professor and the Dean of Instruction at the Batam Peninsula State University. Her presentation title is Community Problem Solving, Innovation and Cooperation in Higher Education, the Case of Philippines. Please welcome Professor Glenda.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Glenda Magno, the Dean of Instruction of Bataan Peninsula State University, the European Campus. And with me in this conference is Professor Rendel Bachar. We are happy that Professor San Bunshin invited us to participate in this conference. Okay, so I would like to share to you what we are doing in our campus as to the community problem solving, innovation, and cooperation in higher education in the Philippines. So this will be the outline of my presentation. Of course, I will be discussing some area about background about the waste management problem, okay, so, in our university, as well as the implementation of zero waste management and plastic-free institution at Bataan Peninsula State University, and of course the importance of education in terms of solving waste management problems. And of course, I will also share to you some brief history of our campus or university. Okay, so I will also share the zero waste management implemented in the time of our former campus director, Mr. Billy Alipio, in year 2019. Okay, and then other initiatives, okay, other activities and projects addressing this problem of waste management. Okay, so aside from academic, we also have these research and extension activities that also help us in solving the problem of waste management. So, and what will be our future plans as to the integration of this living laboratory program in our curriculum? And of course, the conclusion. But before that, okay, so next. Okay, so this is my introduction. We all know that waste management presents a very formidable challenge in the Philippines, particularly in a densely populated areas like our university. So since we have at least, I think, 1,000 or 10,000 students in 6 different campuses of our university. That's why the Bataan Peninsula State University established this Zero Waste Management and Plastic-Free Institution in support to the Republic Act 9003, also known as Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000. And by prioritizing education and instilling effective waste management practices in future educators, because in particular, in my campus, in our campus, we are actually teaching for future teachers. We are teaching teachers, future teachers teaching in elementary as well as in secondary. Okay, so in incorporating this environmental sustainability program or courses in the academic is crucial, though our belief that when we teach our students the importance of waste management, it is, shall we say, it will transcend to once they are already in the field of teaching. They can also teach what they have learned from us to their future pupils. Okay, there will be a domino effect. Okay. Okay, so for the brief history of our university, we started as Bataan Teachers College. Okay, so that was during the 1992, Bataan Teachers College was renamed Bataan College of Science and Technology so that we can offer other courses aside from teaching. And then in 1995, Republic Act 7113, it was passed as a law converting the campus into a college. So that's why it is called Bataan State College, integrating the other college in the nearby place, which we called as Banas. Okay, so we have, formally, we have only 2 campuses. And then after that, the BCST, or Bataan College of Science and Technology, to Bataan Teachers College, we are considered, in the European campus, we are considered as the main campus then. But in 2007 of March 22, due to the integration of Bataan State College into BPSU as per Republic Act 9403, our campus now is renamed as the European campus. We are no longer the main campus, but we are only a satellite campus. During the time of the integration of Bataan State College to BPSU. So now we have 6 campuses. And our campus is a satellite campus of the university. So I would like to share you a very short video presentation of our campus so that everybody can have a glimpse of what we are doing in the campus. Okay. And then you can slide. There is a video there.
Video?
Yes. That is one. Yes. So if you click here, can you play? Can you, yes. Yes. So we are very small as compared to Yonsei. So we only have around 1,000 students and 70 teaching and non-teaching personnel. Okay, for the campus initiatives on zero waste management, as what I have said a while ago, our former campus director implemented a campus memorandum so that in support to the zero waste management and plastic-free institution. Okay. So these are the rules that the personnel and students must follow, okay, indicated in the campus memo. First, all the food package such as styrofoam, aluminum foil, and foil-mounted paper plates, and disposable plastic bags, containers, bottles, cups, spoons, forks will not be allowed to be brought inside the campus. Okay? And then plastic bags and containers containing personal belongings will be allowed inside the campus provided that the owner will bring them once he or she leaves the campus. And another thing, biscuits, breads, pastries, and the like with plastic packaging will also be allowed entry provided that the plastic packaging will be brought out once the personnel or students leaves the campus. Okay. Another thing, all the students are advised to bring their own reusable water bottles, tumblers, and food containers for take-out food. And strictly no littering. The use of bins provided within the vicinity of the campus will be strictly monitored. Okay, so that includes the order of the campus director to all personnel and students. Okay, there is another memo addressing to the zero waste management to all the canteens and stall lessees. First, the use of styrofoam, aluminum foil, and foil-laminated paper plates, disposable plastic containers, utensils, and drinking straws will be strictly prohibited, provided paper-based containers and packaging for their food products. Selling of junk foods which are harmful to the health and which are also sources of plastic and foils shall be prohibited. Biscuits, breads, and pastries, however, will be allowed for sale provided that the plastic packaging will be disposed by the stall lessee where the product is brought and bought out the customers once he or she leaves the campus. The juices and sodas may be sold provided no plastic container, plastic cups, and plastic straws shall be used. Okay. Since the campus has no enough garbage bin for all the trashes, each stall lessee shall be responsible and accountable to the trashes that he or she stall may acquire. This order will also be stipulated in the contract upon the renewal. Non-compliance of the order would mean termination or no renewal of contracts. Okay. So aside from that campus memorandum, okay, so the BPSU activities in support in addressing the waste management, also we actually implement other activities, particularly in instruction, research, and extension. Okay, so aside from the campus memorandum implemented by our campus director, in instruction, we all know that in the instruction, curriculum is very important since it is the major requirement for academic core. So it is considered to be dynamic. So therefore, as guided by our university curriculum development book, the new curriculum was developed last year only. So last year. And that is spearheaded by our Vice President for Academic Affairs together with the Academic Council Oversight Committee. In that particular revision or enhancement of the curriculum, we decided to incorporate the environmental sustainability program or course, not only in the education as well as in other programs. But in our campus, we see to it that all our majors, we have a Bachelor of Elementary Education, Bachelor of Secondary Education major in Mathematics and Science, as well as Bachelor of Early Childhood Education. We see to it that environmental sustainability program is included in the curriculum. Okay. So aside from the academic, so since we have 3 mandates, actually we have 4 mandates in the university, but for us, we included the waste management in the 3 mandates. Okay, academics, research, and extension. In terms of research, there are teachers, professors in the university or in our campus. Our interest is more on research about environment. To name some few, our now campus director, Professor Glenda Abad, okay, finished a study entitled Assessment of the on the implementation of solid waste management in the municipality of Dinilupihan, basis for development program. So actually, this paper of Ms. Abad or Professor Abad, it was converted or included as basis for our extension activities. And aside from Ma'am Abad or Professor Abad, I also, yours truly, also conducted a study in year 2021 about the environmental awareness and practices of the Bachelor of Secondary students at Bataan Peninsula State University, basis for instructional development. So that after this research, okay, I can identify what are the needs for improvement in terms of instruction. And Sir Rendell, okay, so Sir Rendell also completed a research on the pre-service teachers' environmental literacy and readiness towards environmental education. Actually, Sir Rendell have many plans on pursuing studies related to this. Okay, so that is in support of environmental awareness or issues. Okay, so like what I said, we have another mandate, which is the extension. So after the research conducted by Professor Abad, it was considered as the basis for our extension activities. Okay, so that's why Professor Abad's study has been continued as an extension program from 2019 up to the present. Actually, it consists of 3 phases. Okay, so phase 1, so we call it as extension activities on marching towards a cleaner and greener Dinilupihan, our town, actually the Dinilupihan. Okay, so we also conducted webinar series of marching towards a cleaner and greener Dinilupihan because in 2020, we all know that pandemics, we are in pandemic during that time, so we just continued it as webinar series. Okay, so in marching towards a cleaner, greener Dinilupihan, we have the final phase. Okay, up to this time, we actually extend the program up to this point in time. Okay. Okay, so to give you some overview of what we did in the first phase. Okay, so like what I said, in the year 2019, the marching towards cleaner and greener Dinilupihan program was rolled out to a different set of beneficiaries. We have actually extension beneficiaries. Okay, so we have 14 barangays, and we call it as poblacion areas. So the poblacion areas are the barangays very near to the town. Okay, so these poblacion areas considered as our recipients of the solid waste management. And the extension program consists of Project 1, revisiting the basics. So in this case, our faculty extensionists extend their knowledge and ideas on how to educate those people, our beneficiaries. So, and then in training of reusing the PET bottles and other plastic waste and project, and of course, the backyard organic farming. Okay, so in December of 2020, December 9 of 2020, orientation on the establishment and operation of material recovery facility. Okay, so there was an orientation about the material recovery facility. It is a 3-day webinar series that was conducted by Google Meet because pandemic during that time in 2020. Okay, so December 2020, another day, improving solid waste collection and transport system was discussed by one of our faculty extensionists, Ms. Julie Camacho. And of course, in day 3, management of biodegradable waste and solid waste and livelihood opportunities in organic gardening, discussed by Professor Rendel Bachar. Okay, so in phase 3, marching towards a cleaner and greener Dinalupihan in 2021, in December 2021, there was a seminar also held in Barangay Santo Niño, Dinalupihan, as part of the marching toward a cleaner and greener Dinalupihan, the final phase. So the presentation covered the discussion of Dr. Norma David on waste management legality and recycling importance. And of course, Professor Bachar on global warming's implication for policy making, and Dr. Eugenio Magno committed to the community actions for a greener Dinalupihan. So this extension program was carried out in the 14 barangay, like what I have said a while ago. Okay, so this training of extension program marching towards a cleaner and greener Dinalupihan were initially developed as part of a research project, like what I said, of Professor Abad. So Ms. Abad served as the speaker, resource speaker in the first day in last year, only last year in November 3 to 5. And then, of course, our very own Professor Rendel Bachar, who are very much willing to share his expertise in terms of PET bottle reuse. Okay, so the extension initiative is ongoing up to this point in time in collaboration with our local government, our mayor, support us, and according to him, he is encouraging us to include tree planting. Okay. Okay, so what will be the future plan? So actually, when this invitation, okay, we received the invitation, we are actually conceptualizing on what we're going to do. Okay, so but since attending this conference, at least we are enlightened. Okay, so on how we can integrate the living laboratory in our program. Like what I said, in a curriculum, it is very hard because it takes 4 years for us to revise the curriculum. But we are thinking of a subject wherein we can include the living lab. And that's why I invited Professor Rendel as one of our very good science teachers to help me with this engagement, because I know and I believe he can immediately or really learn a lot from this. So with him, I hope we can do it better next time, so that by the next conference, we can present our outputs very well. But we already included our future plan. Can I share it now? Okay. So since BPSU ranked as the 6th most sustainable university in the Philippines, according to 2022 UI Green Metric World University Ranking, so I think the university also ranked as 567 globally, indicating an increase in environmental sustainable programs and initiatives implemented at the BPSU Office of Environmental Sustainability. As a matter of fact, all our campuses are now using the solar energy. Okay? Since BPSU is already doing well in sustaining programs related to environmental responsibility, it is a good way to integrate the Living Lab into school-related activities. It can be in academics, it can be in research, or it can be in extension services. Okay? So this will be our objectives. Once we include the Living Lab in our program, this will serve as our objectives. The primary objective of the Living Laboratory for Environmental Education is to provide a dynamic and interactive environment where students, faculty, and the community can collaboratively learn, research, and engage in waste management practices and environmental conservation. The Living Laboratory will be guided by the principles of sustainability, experiential learning, and community partnership. So it is better if we can collaborate it with the local government. Okay, so if ever it will pursue, this will serve as our activities for the Living Lab. So it can be in experiential learning zones. We believe that learning by doing is more effective than just reading it alone, okay? So we can have this or develop an area within the campus that showcase various waste management practices, included proper waste segregation, composting, recycling, and upcycling. These zones will serve as a real-life examples for the students. We can have it in one corner of our campus. So we call it as an experiential learning zone. Okay? We can also have some demonstration workshop. Okay? Regularly organized workshop and training sessions that teach participants practical waste management techniques. Actually, in our campus, we have this what we call as Earth Savers Club. Okay? So these are organizations manned by a science teacher, wherein every year we have this science week, wherein we can also invite some speakers, okay, so that these waste management techniques can be the focus of discussion. Okay, so we can call it as demonstration workshop. We have to engage our students also and teachers or faculty in research initiatives. Actually, we can also focus some other related problems aside from waste management, perhaps in social issues other than waste management. Okay? And we have the collaborative events with local communities, with the non-government organization to organize an event like a clean-up drives, okay, tree planting, like what I said, our mayor is actually imposing or actually telling us to proceed with this project of tree planting as part of our marching towards a greener Dinlupihan. Okay, another integration into the curriculum. Like what I said, we are thinking, me and Professor Bachar is already thinking of in what particular subject we're going to include the Living Lab. Since I am teaching research, it can be included in my research subject, and of course with Sarendel, other subjects such as environmental education. We have that also. Or I think earth science subjects. So this can be where we can integrate the Living Lab. Public outreach and open the Living Laboratory to the public. So once we establish this corner, we can invite other basic education students, the elementary schoolers to visit us, okay? And monitoring of the evaluation. So we need to make it sustainable. So once the project will push through, we need to monitor and evaluate if we are really doing it well, okay? So the benefits, whenever the Living Lab will be integrated in our activities, okay? This establishment of a Living Laboratory for Environmental Education aligns with the BPSU's commitment to promoting sustainable practices and environmental stewardship. It will empower students with practical skills, cultivate a sense of responsibility towards the environment, and enhance community engagement. Furthermore, it will contribute to local and regional efforts in waste reduction, environmental conservation. Okay, our assumptions. Okay, by creating a Living Laboratory for Environmental Education, the BPSU College of Education can take its commitment to waste management and environmental sustainability to the next level. This innovative educational space will nurture a generation of educators and citizens who are equipped to lead the way towards a cleaner and greener future. Okay, so that is for the conclusion. The Bataan Peninsula State University has shown exemplary dedication to addressing the irresponsible waste disposal through our Zero Waste Management and Plastic-Free initiative, and the commitment of BPSU in promoting waste management ideals through education is commendable. And BPSU extension programs, the Marching Towards a Cleaner and Greener Dinlupihan, have been instrumental in engaging the community and promoting proper waste disposal, composting, and organic gardening. So therefore, overall, the Bataan Peninsula State University sets as an inspiring example for other educational institution and community to follow. Okay, so these are the pictures of our activities. Okay, so our present campus director, Professor Glenda Abad, is there in the picture. Okay, and our students doing their cleaning drive. Okay, thank you for your listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Magno. Now I would like to invite two discussants. For discussion, I think I can give you 10 to 15 minutes as the other presenters save the time. We have Professor Santoso from UGM. Now floor is yours. Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share the experience and also aspiration. As I learned from Professor Shin and the colleague who said, Professor Lee, the ideology behind this is what I call academic activism. Because the normal academic not necessarily do this kind of thing, to connect the real life problem with the academic challenge to produce impactful research and impactful education. Impactful means valuable to the community and measured by the community rather than measured by ourselves as academia. And the bottom line is to carry out with the commitment of value to be environmentalist from scientific point of view, or value to do more, well, what Professor Lee says, the obvious, tangible problem solving. This is kind of activism that we've been inspired by our senior in Gajah Mada. The person name is Professor Kusnadi Harjasumantri, the one who then invited the idea of KKN, the community services. Yet, Gajah Mada University are still not having clear articulation how to integrate the commitment to solve the problem in the community with the education design. And therefore, my obsession is to link the design of institution as university, and the other way, and also the design of problem solving in the community, or being activists, or being the business, or whatever. So then the challenge next is to streamline the institutional setup. So in regard to question from our colleague from the Philippines, for example, the problem is there should be somebody who are free enough to innovate the academic engagement. And in this context, in Gajah Mada context, we don't have consent now. But there are so many hassle, paperwork, procedure, authority, and this kind of thing, which make the engagement, university engagement. I shoot the logo of Gajah Mada. This is formation of students having matching up and form the nice logo. So then, how university principles applied to the community, and then becoming like the circle of so many network on the ground. And what I see, the problem is the streamlining the institutional posture. I don't know what the proper wording for that, but there are so many hassle that needs real experimenting. And I've been thinking about this because I was in a position to set up the university, Nahdlatul Ulama University, where I belong. I mean, I belong to the Islamic community in Indonesia, and I was assigned to design a community in which people, the Muslim, need to apply their religious principle in the daily practices, and the outlet is university. So the bottom line is applied knowledge knowledge and application, and then it create solution, but co-creation and this kind of thing was become the instinct of traditional education, Islamic education there. And I was assigned to set up university, and then when I set that up, I was coming to terms with the discourse that this is the era, the end of university. So when I was setting up a new university, I was facing by the discourse, the end of university, meaning that if I'm not innovate, I'm not making it relevant, then it's no use. And then I come up with the literature written by Zaid Hassan, the challenge for revolutionize complex problem, and it rely on system thinking and the like. But then I realized that Professor Kosnadi has inspired us the way to set up a university by setting up the careful thinking, careful mandate of University in Indonesia, that is to educate, at the same time to do research, and impactful research and education is what at stake. But again, the daily life of university, if we do research are not teaching, if we do teaching are not research, and the like, then there are so many engagement with then inspired to design. Okay, so sharing experience and on doing research, and also codify our experience as written work, I think it would stick. And also using the real life as experience in our teaching by doing on the field together. This is what it called laboratory. So this is very common practice at Gajah Mada University of Atlas. And those who are having commitment to the ground, like Professor Junun, then enjoy very much for the opportunity, because the engagement in the field is kind of his duty as scientist. But to go to the field and go along and be able together talking with the social community, regard him social knowledge or social engineering or whatever. And then he came up with the idea of translate. I just figured out this morning before I get to the forum. So then inevitably the engagement are interdisciplinary, and because this is the knowledge applied on the ground, and we at the personal level then keep experimenting what can we do by engagement on the ground, engagement with local leaders, engagement with the local government and the like, and this is painstaking job for sure. And yes, because the official people at the official administrative level already care or making it worthwhile. But the activism, as I said, is what drive us to do so. So I'm glad that the two speakers who inspired us to be here now say that. So I'm very glad that our experience in Indonesia also confirmed by our scholar from Yonsei. So at issue then is the engagement on the ground for co-creation, whatever it is. We all know it, but I should emphasize the power of informal institution, because we cannot go on the formal level of engagement. MOU, yes, it's important, but what really important is the real action, and also the rolling effect in the engagement, and it like inviting us to be same way as enjoy the activism, to say whatever the ground says, and we make it appear as scientific in the journal, in the book and so forth. So then the causes are getting more experiment and engaging at the same time. Okay, next. When I said streamlining in this context, Kacamata context, is that where we have the government policy, well, basically immersion to the ground, to the business, to the community, whatever, to international engagement and so forth. This is the Minister of Nadiem Makarim's decision to accommodate the importance of getting staff up from university and the like. And the reform, education reform was taking place. But yet, most of the inspiration of the ministry come from our old tradition of KKN. So then when the minister employ the scheme, it's inspired by so many things that Kacamata has been doing about it. Now, even the KKN still have problematic to me as educators, because it's devoted to educate people as if the student more having more knowledge to the community. In terms of how to do research on the ground are not really well trained. From the activists, for example, we have experience to learn how to students have to have action research skill, for example, are not well inserted in the curricula, for example. So then when you go to the community, the quality of research are not really designed to be empowering because they don't have a skill of action research, for example. Well, for those who in social science maybe engage with the activists and know that, but the way the KKN scheme run, like scientific, knowledgeable people go to the ground and being mastery and community service. This is not good. This is not real engagement expected by the community. So then, in some cases, from other universities, we experienced that the students are refused, denied by the local community because of their trajectory in the past, because they don't have, they are not well equipped with the empathy to the local community, what this power really is, and this kind of thing. And the problem then, the KKN create a problem because then when they are leaving the university to the community, they have their own engagement and they are excited with that, and they forget everything they have got. So, but the problem now is to do the final assignment to have a mini thesis for the undergraduate. So then, me as a professor of the writing thesis, mini thesis, I haven't complained because we have prepared students to have a good research proposal and the like, but as they go to the field, then they forget the proposal. So have to restart again. And in many cases, the final work is relying on their experience on the community service. So then I'm proposing, this is my agenda of advocacy within UGM itself, is to streamline the proposal, the idea that the commitment of people, student and the professor in the ground, and we have to have a unifying challenge or agenda. Well, Professor Junun has been using his commitment to the kind of land use, land management issues because his expertise on that and he get the community. But this is the way he can drive student engagement to the field all along, and his final or her final written work or thesis, mini thesis, should be on the ground. So then the final assignment and the curricula are streamlined to the end, and also the competent, the engagement to the ground and so forth are streamlined. But this is not the standard of business at universities so far. So then we need to have, as I said, yeah. We have to pure standard or other standard. So we are keep talking and laughing each other because we are doing strange things. Okay, so what really need is then unifying agenda, and living methodology become the style of delivery of research and education in one go, to make impactful research, to make model, to make to deal with system, to deal with adaptation and the like. And me myself try to have broad boundary to find people from different subject, different expertise. I choose circular economy as way of articulating green living and a kind of thing. But the challenge then is to educate students with their own independent style of studying and learning, and the challenge for us is to set up learning education, which also outcome-based standard of learning and researching is what really at stake. And we are not really accustomed to do the independent research way of learning, and also to have an impact. And this is the experiment really ongoing, because we are experimenting way to deliver living laboratory from time to time, and also relying on the network. So, for example, now the government are eager to promote startup from university, but the unit at the university who are charged to have training have no challenge, have no access to students. Because the expectation of student, expectation of the parents are different, and then I have to find a way to channel the student to direct this, and then the impactful research, like research on, engagement on training to become startup and the like, become one stream to have a good graduate. Now, the challenge then is to make sure that the engagement on the ground, engagement in the business, engagement in the community and the like, are beneficial to them. Otherwise, we are having not having long-lasting engagement. The problem with KKN, for example, have no real commitment to have a long-term engagement with the local community. So it's like one-shot project, and maybe one or two in the same place, but there is no continuing agenda. There has been attempt to that, but not really taken very, very seriously. And this is what I call the problem of streamlining. By then, we can in position to have cross-sectional, research and education in one go, community engagement and learning in one go. And there are so many cross-cutting process ongoing within the idea of living laboratory. And from the pedagogical aspect, this is the challenge of learning this day. But the bottom line, and there should be champion, there should be a committed person to do things beyond the ordinary, beyond the standard. I think these are the experiment and experience I've been having, and hopefully by organizing student and professor from different university, different part of the university to collectively engage in issues on practicing circular economy will be worked out. I've been working in close relationship with people in business, and then preparing to send students on their own business, and then challenging how to make the business sustainable in business, and also practicing the detailed design of circular economy. And we also have a professor who are mastering on that issues, and this consortia, internal consortia, will be hopefully growing, and also interesting enough to other professors to join us. And then the student engagement on the ground, along with the students final assignment, and also along with the student, with the professor's assignment to do research and the like. And this is the, I mean, this disjointed activities which had been left behind, and we are very keen to connect the disconnected dot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Santoso. Now I would like to invite Professor Sang-Sop Ha for discussion.
Hello, this is Sang-Sop Ha. I didn't prepare any PPT, so you guys can see the discussion topics in the book. And actually, as a discussant, I have actually two strategies. If I know the subject very well, I'm trying to add something new and correct some ideas. But if I'm not familiar with the subject, I'm asked a bunch of questions. So I'm going to take the second strategy to ask you a bunch of questions, actually. The first one is the questions for Professor Junus Satohadi. I was very impressed by your presentation, but the question is that you highlighted the causes of landslide in the local community at Bompong watershed, right? Yeah, and which are the, okay, let me just put this book. Okay, which are the expansion of paddy field to increase the volume of food production, and the newly constructed road and so on. But I just say it is a little bit hard to find how the landslide problem was actually solved. And it is also very hard to find a local resident role in problem solving procedure. So what kinds of activities a local resident actually did in the process of problem solving of landslide? That's my first question. And the second question is, to each community share the process of or outcomes or dealing with local problems? And do scholars or experts in transparent group share their research experience in each community? Or is there any regular conference or meeting among the transparent group, scholars or experts, or share any ideas in each community? That's the second question. The third question is, you mentioned that the UGM students are required to do KKN activities during the school year, which is quite impressive considering that the activities are very helpful for local communities to solve the problem. But I'm just wondering on how KKN activities help students build their career. Would you introduce some cases that KKN activities have led students find any jobs or made them start new businesses? And my final question is that what do you think is the difference between KKN and Living Lab? I think it's very similar, but if there is some difference between KKN and Living Lab, I'm very grateful if you explain some differences between KKN and Living Lab. And also, there's also, we talk about a lot, the kind of local government and local industry and local university cooperation, so-called triple helix model. And what do you think are the strengths and weaknesses of KKN in comparison to this triple helix model? That's my questions for Professor Junun Satohadi. And the questions for Professor Do Ha-yen. I think that the basic knowledge on partner countries is very indispensable in order for Living Lab exchange class to produce further meaningful education outcomes. To do that, I believe Living Lab and regional studies should be met at some point. So do you have any regional studies in your university, such as your European studies or Northeast Asian studies? If not, do you have any plan to open a regional studies course? For example, Yonsei University has a regional study class on Southeast Asia. The second question is related to the first question. It is worth considering a short or long-term exchange program of students or professors between partner countries who took living lab classes. And if it happens, I think we can make a new model of a living lab or regional study program. So if you have any ideas on this, and please share with us. And the third question is, do you have any similar exchange program with other universities, as we did in the first semester between Tancho University and Yonsei University? And please introduce the similar program if you have one. And the latter part you mentioned, the Tancho University's international students exchange program is very impressive in terms that the program focuses on Tuan in particular, not just Vietnam in general. So you introduced a program called Charity Challenge, taking care of homeless elderly and orphans in Tuan Quang. So what international students have learned from this program, Charity Challenge? Can you share any particular cases? I would be really appreciated. And this is because the Yonsei University is trying to now to extend our relationship with the Ho Chi Minh University of Human Social Sciences and Humanity. And do you have any mutual program with King Sejong Institute, where it is located at the Ho Chi Minh University, right? Ho Chi Minh University of Social Science and Humanity. So those are my questions for Professor Do Ha-Yen. And the questions for Professor Glenda Magno. As far as I understand, BPSU tries to teach students the importance of environmental sustainability. And so can you give us the sample class that incorporates environmental education into the existing class? So, introduce concept of environmental issues to existing class. And are there any compulsory classes on environmental issues that students should take before graduating from the school? My second question is, are there any incentives or disadvantages for instructors to open or not to open environmental related classes? Or also, are there any statistical results or any meaningful results to show students improved awareness of environmental issues after taking an environmental class? And I'll be really grateful for that. And the last question is, how much this is marching towards a cleaner and greener Dinalupin has affected your community? Can we find some meaningful outcomes even in remote areas, not just in and around the campus? So those are my questions for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ha. Now I would like to invite presenters to respond to the comments and questions. Maybe from Professor Junen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, actually, our landslide in Bompon sub watershed is a very unique one. Maybe you cannot find here in Korea because of our physical environment is very unique in the volcanic foot slope areas, where the soil have a very deep soil. So our soil depth is more than 100 meters, which is very unique one. And then due to the increasing of runoff water because of the rainwater in the built-up environments, in the settlements and in the from the road construction in the watershed divide, then that produce a lot of runoff and create a deep erosion, and those deep erosion create a landslide. That's the development increase the intensity of landslide. what we are doing together with the community is how to control the runoff or from the rain. So actually, it's very simple. We use local materials, for example, bamboos, and also they are not really completely stop the water, but they are only reduce the velocity and the volume by the local material and local technology, using also vegetative measures. So that's what we are doing to control landslide in Pompon watersheds. And then we are also have some occasions to be invited by the local governments to transfer our research finding to other villages and also to other sub-district in the province of Central Java. So our research is expanding to another areas. And also our finding becoming kind of a standard to collect or to formulate the whole information of the regions and become a standard of one of spatial planning, a kind of input for spatial planning in Indonesia. So it means our finding in Transbulance now we apply for the whole country as one of the standard input in spatial planning. We also work with NGOs, international NGOs, so that our measures, our techniques are extrapolate not only in Indonesia. They brought our finding to Timor-Leste, also to some area in the Bengal Bay, like Burma, Bangladesh, and other countries where the NGOs are working. So that's what our role of the field laboratories. I think that's I answer. Which one? Oh, yes. The difference between KKN and living laboratory is actually very much similar. The difference is in the beginning, KKN, we deploy our students to the communities. They are not belong to one programs. They are multidisciplinaries. So they can interact each other. They learn how the multidiscipline to solve the real problem in the community. That's become a strong understanding of how science to be applied in the community. So that's a good career. I mean, a good knowledge for the student career. And the current KKNs, now before we deploy the student to the community, we also provide some courses, some classes related to the problems formulated by the lectures. So I think it's very much similar because of the living laboratories. We are giving lecture in class and the student going to the field. I think more or less is the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Junyoon. And let me invite Professor DAY-1 for response.
Thank you for your comment and your question. Yes. For the first question, you asked about do we have some regional studies in our university. Actually, in previous time, we haven't had any study course related to some area study like European or Northeast Asian studies, because our university is in previous time we focus on the pedagogy only, and since we become the university and we extend more faculty like economics and agriculture and culture and tourism, then we have more study courses. However, in this semester, in culture and tourism faculties, we are building the new study course similar to your university, like Southeastern Asia, because it's important to a student who study the culture management and tourism. So I will really hope that in the future, could you please share your curriculum or experience in these studies? And in economics and business administration, we have some courses like international economics. So by this way, our student can understand more about the international economics. And for the second question, you asked about do we have any similar exchange program with other universities? So with Yonsei University, this is the first time we have the exchange program like this. We really hope that in the future we can maintain and develop more about this program. And about the related to international student exchange program, we have one activities that attractive student, international student on, it is a charity challenge. Through these activities, international student have opportunity to help our homeless people and orphans in the social center. And through these activities, the international student can personally develop themselves, gain life and work experience abroad. And these are very important access for their resume, because you know, when you stay abroad and you continue to develop traits such as teamwork, tolerance, flexibility, and adaptability, and exactly these soft skills are very important and is much wanted by employers in today's job market. So these activities is interesting with some international students, and to contact with foreign cultures, traditions, and costume will have international students broaden their horizon and learn new skills. Yes, so this activity is one of the highlight activities in our program. Yes. And for the last question about sharing some mutual program with King Sejong Institute in Vietnam, honestly, we didn't know about this institute before. Yes, but hopefully in the future we will have some connection with these institutes, and of course we can share some mutual program if we have some common program. I think. Ah, okay. Yes.
Yes, I know that your university wants to learn some Korean, so that's why I ask you. You know, the King Sejong Institute actually institution where they teach Korean to Vietnamese people. So that's why, yeah.
Yes, it's great because in the recent year, the local people, especially the young people who graduate from high school student, they join in the labor market, and we have a lot of young people who go to Korea for working like an export labor. Before they come here, they have to study, learn. They have to learn Korean language. So it's really good to communicate with this institute, and we can open some Korean language course in our university. So thank you very much for this recommendation. Thank you.
And the next is Professor Magno.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor, for the question number 1, which is about sample or incorporating environmental education in the existing class. Like what I said, we have already offered environmental education in our curriculum, but this time we extend it to other specialization. But before that, even the old curriculum of the Bachelor of Secondary Education major in Science, we already have this environmental education. So it is really a mandate for them to finish or to complete the program for them to earn their degrees. So it is a requirement for their graduation. Yes. Yeah.
Professor Ha, please use microphone.
Okay. So as to the incentives or disadvantages, I think it is more on the incentives, because if you are really a science teacher and your passion is into teaching, you cannot see any disadvantage in doing this task. So I think it is more of the incentive. Money is not an issue there. So it is your willingness to share what you have learned and then to extend it to your teachers and to the next generation. Okay, for the statistical result, actually, Professor Rendell here conducted a study. Okay, but there is no studies have correlated exposure to an environmental course to environmental awareness yet. But like what I said, Professor Rendell, based on his finding, there was just a recent study conducted by him that the pre-service teachers, so those are the future teachers who are exposed to a standalone environmental course, perceive themselves to be more ready in terms of integrating environmental concepts in the teaching, regardless of the specialization. Because I think your respondents are all the pre-service teachers across the university, not only in our campus, but in other campuses. Okay? So as to the marching towards, like what I delivered a while ago, the 14 barangays, okay, that serve as our beneficiaries, the program is still ongoing. They actually provided our beneficiaries some seedlings for them to plant on their own backyard for their own consumptions. And we are still extending the program to other remote areas, not only the population areas, but the upland areas. So I think we are doing well in terms of the marching towards a greener Dinalupihan. Thank you very much.
So there is just like a spillover effect that affect not just in and around the campus, but
yes,
also
in the nearby
okay.
places.
Yeah,
the 14th barangays, that is actually very close to the town. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Santoso.
I want to add up about KKN in relation to career development. It's not that contributive to my judgment, because this is just a matter of sending people to have empathy and to know what people are thinking on the ground. In terms of value creation, commitment to value is great. But the last maybe 10 years or so, there'll be kind of modification so that we we promote the idea of a thematic KKN by having specific theme. Then, and if we link with the idea of living laboratory, then it will be contributing to the career, because we deliberately send to the business for doing the business, or send to the community for doing the community engagement and the like. And this is the idea that's been picked up on the ground, but the formal standard of KKN are not really committed to promote the career for the student. Thank you.
It's 2:52. It means that we have 8 minutes before we close this session. So I think we can take 1 or 2 comments from the floor. So if you have any opinion, then you raise your hand. Yeah.
It's not a comment, but rather a question to my colleague from the Philippines. I'm always interested in the case of the Philippines, because in Philippines and Indonesia share many similarities. One of the points that you raised in your presentation is the role of the barangay. We in Indonesia always have some difficulties in involving the local government. How did you manage to really engage?
Yes, with the support of our mayor, municipal mayor, we can do it in that easiest way, because we believe that being the leader of the entire town, the barangay officials will also follow once the mayor of the town really, yes. Okay, so that's the secret.
And any other? Yeah, Professor Shin.
Actually, hi, I'm from South Korea, Hayoung Shin, and I have a question about the case of the Philippines. And actually, I majored in education, and that is why I was very inspired about your approach to the pre-service teacher, and as your university has your course to the preschool teacher and also secondary and this junior high level. Now for just the secondary, elementary, and preschool. So in that case, I think it's a very interesting common thing between the Living Lab partnership universities, because at the initial point, those universities has a tradition as a teaching college, just like Tantau University and other normal university in Waterbury University in USA. So my question is there any specific point you are focusing on how to apply the Living Lab mechanism into the very little child education, for like, the Living Lab needs a great degree of autonomy, and that when we giving them practicing to the students, they have to be aware of the local community and other kind of semi-professional knowledge. But in the secondary or elementary school students, it is very difficult to make that kind of achievement. So how can we make some application to the very early level of education?
Actually, we only have the preschoolers and the college level. We don't have the high school or the junior or seniors. We only have students. The preschoolers serve as the laboratory school of our early childhood education. So I think we will implement the program among the adults one. So the college students. And since they are already adult, they have this free will. Okay, so, but in terms of legality, we all know that it is very difficult when we say the curriculum itself, because the curriculum should be approved by the Commission on Higher Education. But we can do in our level is the syllabus, like what Prof. Shan Bunsin said a while ago. We can integrate that in a particular subject, science subject, wherein in one semester or one period in a semester, we have the midterm period. we can, as a teacher, we can integrate the program, not violating any rules, because we have the academic freedom, as long as we present it in our syllabus very well. So we are not violating any rules, and we are actually giving that that program to adult students, the pre-service students, and not the young ones.
I think we can have one last comment before we close this session. Anyone have question or comment? Yeah, Professor Shin.
Just want to add to Professor Junen's presentation, because I, with Professor Nam, had a really wonderful chance to visit one of his research sites, and Nina introduced us, took us to those sites. So I was going to just add that kind of unique experience, and that in that field, the soil quality changed because of the heavy rain and some other environmental changes. So students stay there for a couple of months and investigate the soil quality and try to come up with the idea that the best crops that fits into the changed soil quality. And then they found it and they experimented. And then the local residents grew up the crops, and then they try to commercialize those crops, just like cassava, and make some different products, food products based on those cassava. And we were introduced to have a taste on those different foods. And so that's kind of a very good kind of mechanism. And then students are involved very heavily on that project. And we were very curious about how students can stay that much longer in that remote field. And then there were many, many questions. So I was very impressed about that, the experience. So that was my comment.
Okay. Before we close this session, I'd like to mention that for the wonderful presenter and the excellent reflections. I thank you for the all who contribute this session. So let's close this session, and we will have 30 minutes break. And during the break, you can maybe you can hear the K-pop. So if you want to, if you want to listen the K-pop, then you can ask to play. Yeah, let's entertain. Sure. Now we are moving to the last session of today, Living Lab Cases. In this session, speakers are asked to introduce the process and outcome of the Living Lab classes, which was conducted last semester. We had a class from UGM and one class from UGM and two classes from Dancha University. And professors are expected to share about their Living Lab classes. Firstly, the presentation will be made by Professor Gabriel Lele and Erda Rindras. Gabriel Lele is professor in Department of Public Policy and Government at UGM, and Professor Erda Rindras, he is a lecturer in the Department of Management at the UGM. The title is Living Lab Project Teaching Method for Public Policy Discipline, Challenges and Reflection. Please welcome two of them.
Okay, thank you very much, and a very good afternoon for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude first to Professor Sin, second to Professor Sujung for having us here, and for all the organizers who have, done a very excellent job. We have, me and Professor Eda have the opportunity to share with you what we did last semester in the Living Lab class. And the job is even more difficult because I have to keep you all awake. So hopefully we can enjoy this afternoon session. So I would start by okay, I'll simply skip this. Okay, I will start by simply providing you with some of the backgrounds of what we have done in the last semester. So I believe we all share these ideas. We have, so many global problems. The problems are getting more and more complicated. One would say that global problems need global solution, but the other stream would say that it is also better to be solved locally. So the slogans we all know: think locally, act globally. Think globally, act locally. But for my students, I ask them to do the opposite: think locally, act globally. For me, I would like to think locally, travel globally. This is the class we have last semester. The class was integrated into the course that we have had in the Department of Public Policy and Management. The course is called Global Public Policy. And it is such a nice coincidence, Professor Sin, that we also have the same class for master degree with Kandai, University of Japan. So I would like also to say that we don't really have enough time to really prepare students for the class. The proposal came precisely the time when we have to start the course. So students have a very limited time in preparing the project. But then the way we organize the class is that we divide it into two sections, as I believe commonly practiced or found in any other universities. So the first 7 meetings, we try to arm students with some of the conceptual or theoretical framework. But it is also by this time, we ask students to organize into several groups, 9 groups in total. And then each and every group will have to discuss and agree on what sort of problem they are looking at. And by using the framework, general framework in the studies of public policy, we ask students to do three things. First, identify the problem. Second, diagnose what really causes the problem. And the third one is to provide some sort of recommendation. And then they will have to do this while taking the course and put it into a video. So there are some projects that students have undertaken, and because of the time constraint, we basically did not limit students to work with specific theme that may lead to some sort of we lack the focus. So students work with various issues simply because we try to provide them with more discretion to decide on which specific problems or which specific issues that they are interested in, and try to do something on that. So the real working of the project in the next slide, I would love to invite Professor Erda to share with you very briefly. And if you're interested in, we also include the barcode for each of the videos, so you can simply tap in and then jump some time to enjoy the video. So Professor Erda, can you please?
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Professor Gabriel, and ladies and gentlemen, I will continue the presentations. Like what Professor Gabriel already mentions, basically we start with the lecturing. The lecturing took place about 7 times of the meeting, including giving the theory, giving the framework, giving the understanding why the living lab is important. We also have a chance to invite Professor Sambum on that guest lecture. And after that, we give them instructions to select the topic and also to make a group based on them. So the group is divided by us as a tutor and lecturer, and they are allowed to change whenever they comfortable. So it's not mandatory that your group is this group, but if they want to change, the member also is okay. After that, they are asked to present what kind of topic that they want to choose, they want to do. So at the beginning, we give kind of feedback whether this topic is doable or too big or too big or too narrow, but we don't really intervene with their thinking. So we give them an opportunity to choose every single topic that interested for them. I understand that Living Lab is based on the climate change issue, something like that, but we don't make the scope only on the climate change. We open that for the students to perhaps pick up social issues or economic issues, whatever that they think that's important, and disrupt or giving an interest for them. After that, they were given time about 2 weeks to visit the locations. So they come to the field, they interview with people, they tap a video, they record, they're doing really research to understand the context, to understand the problems, and they even get data secondary and primarily. After that, we give them a week to make a video. So during a week, we don't have a class, just give them space and time to do the video making, and then the final presentation is about 2 or 3 times of a meeting. So they have time to do they present the video and we discuss the video in the class. Because we have 9 groups, okay, because we have 9 groups, so we need more times to give them time to presentations. The total of the student is 49 undergraduate students. They are in the semester 5, meaning that in the 3rd years of the study, and they are international students. Actually, it's an IUP program, meaning that it's taught in English. So it's even though they are Indonesian, but most are from also basically their background also not from Indonesia. So we have also 2 students from international Myanmar and Philippines, and 27 male student and 22 female student. There are 9 groups. This is the first group. That's interestingly that the first group, they select the topic about climate change in the local matters. The climate change in the local matters, the background is that they think that the problem of waste management is become very serious for Yogyakarta. They visit the TPA, or the final wasteland dumping in Piyungan, Bantul Regency. They interview people and they found that this is important to be advocates. So they propose solutions to make a campaign for reduce, reuse, and recycle to their friends. So they make like a poster, they put in the university blackboard. So basically they do campaign for their surrounding community. The group 2 select the Chode River Merti Amerta. Chode River is one of the river that passed by the city of Yogyakarta, and it was really polluted because of many activities of the city that make the river is not really clean. So they interview people about their problems, what they want, and their solutions about these too. Well, we understand that our student doesn't have really background of environment. They are really management and public policy, but they can come up with the idea of giving advocations for the government to think about the clean water installations for communities. After that, the group 3, it's called as a Jendela class. Jendela class meaning a window of the class, yeah, the class window. They select the locations to middle school in Yogyakarta. The background is started by understanding that the sexual harassment and violence in the middle school is high. So they think that those is problems in their neighborhood, and they're gonna pick up these issues to be part of the Living Lab. So they propose to us to do kind of interventions. They visit to the class, they giving a presentations about what is the sexual harassment do and don't, etc. But but I suggest them, this is something that's sensitive. So you have to work together with NGO who knows about the curriculum, because if they just comment, etc., they are not an expert. So that's why they work together with the NGO and the local government to come to the class, and they get permit to attend sessions and give the lecture for the 2 middle school in Yogyakarta. And then group 4, Hati Sejati. Hati means heart, Sejati means pure heart. This is also interesting, and it's kind of struck me that it's a case that actually happened also in Indonesia and also many part of the world actually, is early marriage. In the city of Yogyakarta, the number of early marriage getting higher because of the pandemic. I don't know, it's also perhaps related to the sexual education, etc. So most of the female get pregnant first, so they have to get married, and that society is kind of forced by society to get legal relationships. So they propose a solution to advocate to the government to give controls for the early marriage, and also giving the rights for women to get educations after they deliver a baby. And group 5, they select wave without waste. It's basically they pick up an idea of trash management in the tourist destinations. They pick up the place in the Parangtritis beach. Waste in the tourist destination is quite high, especially in the beach, because of the tourist activity, but also because of the it's environmentally, it's naturally the wastes that are not managed well in the upper level will go to the lower level, right? So it's accumulate in the Parangtritis beach and become problems. So they propose a solutions to campaign for waste management in the tourist area. They giving a video and they share in the Instagram and share to their friends. Group 6, it is also very interesting. Group 6, they pick up the idea of advocate against FGM. FGM is female genital mutilations. I don't know whether you're familiar with this or not, but in some part of Indonesia, this FGM practice is still being conducted by some of the tribes that believe that women should get mutilations of the genital, body. So they advocate that and make a video that this one is not right. In terms of health, in terms of culture and religion, this is not right. So they think they need to do some campaign and make video and share to the Instagram and also social media, also for their friends as well. And group 7. Group 7 pick up about domestic workers' protections. This is very domestic. They think that they get this idea because of their life when they were child. So they have like nanny or babysitter or something like that. So they miss with the babysitter and they think that their babysitter or their domestic worker doesn't get paid enough and need more advocacy in terms of the government regulations to put more wages for them, more salary for them. At the current positions, the regulations in Indonesia doesn't yet regulate those kind of domestic worker. So that's why they campaign to give more attention to the domestic worker to get better jobs and better support from the government. And group 8, I have 9 groups here, be patient. Group 8, fostering digital environment. So I think this is the only groups that focusing on the economic development. These groups identify that a lot of local vendors in our traditional market don't know how to sell the product using the digital environment. They really late in understanding what is the marketplace, what is Shopee, or what is it, Alibaba, I don't know. They don't know that. So our students think that they can teach on how to open an account, on how to make a picture and put in the social media or put in the marketplace so they can sell the product. And they really do it. They come to the productions workshop. They come, they take a picture, they help the vendors to promote their product. Even though this is only one case, but if this kind of activities can be spread and can be continued, will be really good for the economic of the small medium enterprises in Indonesia. And the last one is group 9. Group 9 select the topic about unveiling the invisible, understanding the reality of homeless. Yes, it still become a problem in Yogyakarta city of homeless, although they are not permanent homeless, sometimes seasonally homeless. Homeless, the one who need money only for a couple of months, so they come to the city to ask money for the passengers or for the car driver, and then they come back again to their area. But this looks very obvious during some time, so they come to the street, they interview them, and advocate to the government to give attention to the homeless issues. Currently, there is regulations, of course, but the empowerment of regulations enforcement is still very weak. So the students think that we have to talk to the government and advocate them about these homeless problems. This is 9 of the issues that are picked up by the students. But I need your time about perhaps 7 minutes to start the video. I pick up 2 videos that are very interesting. All videos are very interesting, so please go to the link, but I only pick up 2 things that are enough with the time. Can you please share? Yes. And the voice.
Hi, I'm Nadira. As a young woman, I have always had this worrying feeling in the back of my mind. The fear of being unsafe. And this is not a made-up feeling. It is very much real. From one news report to another, one sexual assault case to the others, from strangers on the internet and the people around me at the campus. It seems like the terror never ends. It just shows the tip of the iceberg of the doomed reality of sexual violence. But I believe in small steps. I believe in taking actions. and I believe that it starts with education. Even though it is widely considered as taboo in Indonesia, research shows that sex education is one of the most effective ways to prevent sexual violence. Aligned with SDGs number 4, quality education. By adopting module of sex education by related parties, we create TikTok content, also design a fun yet relatable sharing session and class activities to convey the message of safe space directly to the students. And now it's time to act. We collaborated with local schools to deliver the sharing session, encouraging the students to think critically about the issue. Seeing their reactions and enthusiasm, I am grateful to say that there is still hope. Reading their written response, I am delighted by how far we've come so far. The small steps began to enlighten the students' perceptions. Together, we can foster a safer space for everyone by believing that safe space begins with respect.
Video as well. Okay, and then the second video, please.
In the bustling city of Yogyakarta, nestled in the heart of Indonesia, lies a vibrant marketplace called Pasar Beringharjo. This market is home to a diverse array of small and micro businesses, each offering unique and exquisite handmade products, from beautiful batik textiles to intricate silver jewelry. Pasar Beringharjo is a treasure trove of traditional craftsmanship. However, amidst the hustle and bustle of this bustling market, a significant challenge persists. Many of these small businesses have yet to embrace the power of technology.
Bude Astuti sudah punya bisnis ini dari Jakarta sekitar 2003. Terus sekarang kalau melihat kondisi sekarang bisnis ibu gimana? Bagus Pak? Lagi ya. Tapi kemarin pas pandemi mungkin agak itu off 1 tahun itu 11 desa itu dan karena cuma di WA sama di pasar ini agak sulit yang udah mau ngajarin.
One of the major hurdles Ibu Dwi Astuti encounters is the burden of digital divide. Each day, she spends hours sorting through invoices, receipts, and orders manually. This time-consuming process not only limits her productivity but also leaves room for errors and inefficiencies. When asked whether she wanted to branch out from the traditional mediums of selling, she voiced her concerns of worries filled with uncertainty and insecurity based on her unfamiliarity. While their products are of exceptional quality and their supply chain is environmentally friendly, their production houses remain non-industrialized, lacking the digitalization that could propel them into the modern era. Not to mention the persisting global phenomenon of poverty, especially relevant in Yogyakarta, as one of the provinces with the lowest minimum wage, a talented weaver and proud small business owner in Pasar Beringharjo. Ibu Dwi Astuti has been practicing her craft for decades, meticulously creating a stunning woven bags that reflect the rich cultural heritage of Yogyakarta. However, despite her dedication and passion, she faces numerous challenges due to the lack of technology adoption, which immensely affected her business during the past global pandemic. Moreover, Ibu Astuti's business is missing out on the vast opportunities that the digital world has to offer, With the rise of e-commerce and online platforms, small businesses can now reach a global customer base, connecting with buyers who appreciate the value of handmade, environmentally friendly products. However, without the necessary digital infrastructure, Ibu Dwi Astuti struggles to tap into these markets, restricting her potential for improvement and financial stability, coinciding with the Sustainable Development Goals of decent work and economic growth. But amidst the challenges, there is still hope, and as the younger generation, we aspire to kindle a fire of support, as we have recognized the immense talent and potential that lies within Pasar Beringharjo, in order to bridge the gap between traditional craftsmanship and digital innovation. Through our regular visits in the market, we introduce Instagram Business to her, a social media platform which allows for a seamless integration between content and commerce, attracting potential customers who may not have found them through other channels, taking slow and steady steps to ensure that she can continuously carry on the practice of digitalization independently. Ibu Dwi Astuti, along with other small business owners, now has access to technology, workshops, and training sessions. These initiatives aim to equip them with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate the digital landscape effectively. As Ibu Dwi Astuti starts to embrace technology, a new world opens up before her eyes. She discovers how digital tools can streamline her operations, allowing her to focus more on her artistic pursuits. With the help of online platforms and new branding, she can now showcase her products to a global audience, telling the story of her craftsmanship and the eco-friendly practices behind her creations.
Okay, that's all two examples of the video that are being conducted and made by the students. Professor Gaby will continue with the challenges and reflections. 2 minutes, you know.
Oke, Pak Erda bisa pinjam pointersnya tadi. Okay, I would like to close our presentation by sharing with you some of the challenges that we take up from this experiment and also some sort of reflection for future direction. So students were struggling, of course, given the time limitation, students were struggling with how to build a strong and solid teamwork. They have different passion in the beginning, but then at the end they will have to agree on something. So that is really something for them. And more important than that is how to build an effective communication and relationship with the local communities they are working with. It took some time. Students, some groups also asked more time to really have this, opportunity to have a good relationship, because only by having that kind of good relationship then they can really do something with the local communities. There are some issues as well that involve cultural differences, like the issues of female genital mutilation. They will have to be really careful with the religious beliefs. And the most daunting challenge is how to build ownership and sustain the initiative, because this is a class project. The question is what happened after the class, and we take this reflection very seriously, and hopefully we can do something better in the coming class. So there are some other ideas as well that we may reflect on this initiative, but I will leave you open to question and answer, and thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Professor Gabriel and Professor Erda. Next presenter is Huang An Dao, who is a lecturer of Faculty of Economics and Business Administration at Tanzhou University. Her presentation titled Innovation of Teaching Method in Higher Education, Experiences in Living Lab Education Cooperation between Tancha University and Yonsei University. Please welcome her with big hand.
Good afternoon, professors. My name is Hoàng Anh Đào. I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Economics and Business Administration from Tân Trào University, Vietnam. And first of all, it has been my honor to be here today to share my experience about my living lab course in the last semester. And I'd like to give thanks to Professor Sang Boon Sin and the professors and officers of PIPED for the invitation and the kindness. Thank you very much. In this conference, I'd like to say something about the topic, innovation of teaching methods in higher education in Vietnam through my experience in Living Lab educational cooperation between Yonsei University and Tân Trào University. And the first thing I'd like to say that with me participating in a Living Lab course is really one of the best experience since becoming a lecturer in a university. And about this topic, I'd like to say that the strong and rapid development of the fourth industrial revolution has put a heavy responsibility on education sector. Yes, so managers of education of university how to actually actively build vision, trains their strategies, and why the lecturer of university have to innovate their teaching methods, of course. And in 2021, surveys was conducted in Tân Trào University among 460 students about the factor affecting their interest in learning. And the author of this research recommend 7 factors that affect students' interest in learning, as you see 7 factors on the slide. And the results of the study show that the teaching methods of lecturer has the second significant influence on students' interest in learning. And how about the situation of teaching methods in Tân Trào University? Another survey was conducted with 103 lecturer at Tân Trào University about their teaching methods conducted in their class in the present, and the results of the survey show that the teaching methods of Tân Trào University lecturer are still mainly traditional ones, and the most used methods are giving presentation. It means lecturer come to the class and thus present all things from the lecture prepared before the class, and students just listen to the lecture and take notes according to their understanding. So I think it's very difficult for them to remember all things the lecturer taught to them, and especially it's very difficult for them to know how to apply the knowledge to their real life. Yes. Therefore, I think innovating teaching methods is one of the most important thing now for the lecturer, especially in Tân Trào University. Yes. Next, I'd like to talk about something about experience of Living Lab. About the Living Lab instruction was presented by Professor Sin this morning, so I'd like don't repeat about my thoughts about Living Lab. Yes. With the experience of a Living Lab course last semester, I understand that Living Lab in education will give a student many opportunities that they can learn how global problems are specifically found in their neighborhood, their living area, and they themselves must find the solution to come up with the local problems. And the second, student will understand the countries of their partner, understand universities via problem-based activities and interaction. And all of them will have, students have a new model for global citizenship education. It means that after Living Lab projects, students will have a deep understand that they are citizen, global citizen, yes. Today I'd like to say a model of knowledge mapping. It's called knowledge mapping. In Vietnam, many researchers agree that each person have two space in our life. They call a space of knowledge, and other side called the space of the real life. Yes, and in the space of knowledge includes knowledge or skills we learned from schools, from university, but it's mostly difficult for the learner to remember all things from book, and especially it's difficult to know, to understand what we are learning for. Yes, and on the other hand, in the space of real life, we have many problems that human must solve in the real life. So the scholar assume that all knowledge transmitted by the lecturer meets the requirements for accuracies and is suitable for the requirement of practice of the real life. But so, at this point, everything will depend on the process of accurate and applying by the learner. And the scholar suggests that there are three main trends of knowledge transmission. The first one is a reflection. It means that knowledge are taught at school, but students don't apply or don't know how to apply this knowledge to solve any problems in their real life. So the knowledge will gradually fade away, and someday they can be disappear in students' mind. Yes, we call reflection. And the second we call reflection. With this trend, means that students are mostly able to remember or understand something about the lecturer, about the knowledge, but they use this knowledge for the wrong purpose. For example, they use knowledge in economics to deception, to tax evasion, to corruption. So we call it reflection. Yes, and the third trend is called mapping, knowledge mapping. It means that each knowledge is associated with solving some specific problems in the space of real life. It means that each knowledge of each module in school is equal to solving one or some problems happen in the real life. Yes, and with me, after participating in a Living Lab courses in Tân Trào University last semester, I understand that Living Lab in education is certainly a teaching methods that to motivate knowledge mapping. And in the rest of my presentation, I will say some experience in my Living Lab course at the University last semester, specifically. Firstly, something about my home city, Tuyên Quang City, Vietnam. You know, in recent years, the province economy has been developing rapidly, and the process of urbanization, industrialization, modernization has been taking place in the province. And accompanying high economic growth is the emergence of many global problems, like environmental pollution, like income gap, like traffic jam, and something like that, yes. And now from the perspective of developed countries such as Korea or European Union, the circular economy is a very popular concept in economic development. This concept is understand in Vietnam for a long time, but has not applied widely nationwide. So I think every day. So one of the most problems, global problems has been happening in Vietnam, in my countries, or in Tuyên Quang province is too much trash is released in the environment every day. And with the Living Lab courses in the last semester, we conducted with the modern international economics, and my class has 17 students, and we conduct Living Lab activities among the class with the process suggested by Yonsei University, Yonsei professor. Yes, for the process of my Living Lab courses last semester. The first one, you know, international economics is one of the modules in the current training program in Tân Trào University. So as I mentioned before, most of class in Tân Trào University have been conducted on the way of a traditional one. So when I participated in a Living Lab course, I must train the syllabus, and with the syllabus I assigned 4 weeks for Living Lab activities. Yes. In the first lesson of the Living Lab course, in addition to introduce something about the course, I will give my student some information about Living Lab introduction. Yes, to make them understand what they are participate. Yes. Before starting the course, a pre-project survey was conducted on Google Form to help lecturer understand about the students' perceptions of Living Lab, or their self-evaluation of their skills, or their understanding about the course, about the modern of living lab course. Yes. About project orientation and problem finding, as like any living lab course, as many professors says in this conference, I group my student with 5 to 6 students for a group, and I motivate them to find the problems by I gave them 1 week to go around the area to observe and to find what's happening in their living area. And in addition, I gave them 2 hours to go around and to collect the charts before around the university's area. And during the process, they brainstorm, they think about the problems happening around, and after that they gave me a list of global problems that they found. And according to the list, I will give them the suggestion, the orientation to make them choose a target problems of this, of each group of students. And in my class, they found many problems, global problems, but because of the time and the experience limitation, I approve 3 main problems for 3 groups of students. As you see on the screen, for the group 1, I approve the problems called urban environmental landscape of the city, and household waste sorting for the group 2, and using and recycling household waste for group 3. Yes. After choose the target problems, students will conduct discussion inside and outside class. Yes, because in class this module have 2 credits, so I think it's the student will have not enough of time to say everything in class time, so they had to discuss outside the class too. Yes. After discussion, they will discuss and they found the solution. They will propose the solutions for their group's problems, and the results of the solutions after group discussion are my students conduct into videos, and we share to those students before. Yes, you have 3 video clips. Yes, about this. Presentation. After discussion, after proposed solution, each group of students had to present their problems, their solution proposed, and I think presentation, week for presentation, help students to develop many skills. Their skill, for example, they say that after presentation, they feel that they are more confident. They can present their mind, and presentation is one of the most important skills for learners today. Sharing and discussion during the implementation with professors of Yonsei University and Tensha University shares all the information on the process of Living Lab project from time to time via Zoom meeting, and even professors of iPad came and joined in the class. Yes, and they observe how we conduct a lessons of Living Lab class. After the course, the students in Chusai created videos of each group and say together. They discussed together to know about the problems in their countries and how they come up with the problems. However, I pity that they have no opportunity to say directly, to discuss directly. Yes. After that, a post-course survey was also conducted, and the results of the survey I sent to the iPad before. The student told that on the survey, they said that they was very interested in Living Lab courses because they understand Living Lab courses help them to develop their skills, and they know more about another countries than before. Yes. About evaluation, after the course, professors in two sides had a meeting directly the last July in Vietnam, and an online meeting, yes, to discuss about the project's result and to make suggestions for further cooperation. Yes. One more time, I would like to sincerely thank to IPAS, Yonsei University, about your cooperation. And actually, I think that this conference is a wonderful opportunity for us to say many things about how we will conduct the Living Lab cooperation in the future. For example, I'm very curious about the presentation of Professor Glenner from Philippines about the zero waste management and plastic-free campus. And actually, it's very big problems all over the world, and in my country is true. So I'd like to make the contact between the two universities, and I will learn from you about how make the student to comply with the rule of the university to make the zero waste management. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Huang and Dao. And last presenter is Nguyen Thi Thuy, who is a professor in education science, the lecturer of Faculty of Educational Psychology and Social Work at the Dan Chao University. The presentation title is Living Lab Project, Minimizing the Period of the People's First Marriage and Close Marriage of the Ethnic Minorities in Tueng Cang Province. Let's welcome her.
Good afternoon, professors. the last person present today, and I hope all of you enjoys my presentation. And because I'm a last person, so I will focus on some main points. Yes. The first, I want to introduce my presentation, reducing the rate of child marriage among ethnic minority in Tuyên Quang province. The first introduction of Living Lab project. In Vietnam, as you know, in Vietnam, the law doesn't allow marriage before age of 18. But in Tuyên Quang province, a lot of teenagers of ethnic minority get married under 18. So it means it is child marriage, and this is a problem in my province. So we to this problem to conduct living lab, yes, and reason to choosing a project to reduce the rate of child marriage among ethnic minority in Tuyên Quang province. I think it's the task of whole society with the cooperation of sector, community, university, local government. And purpose of the course, this course is intended to introduce students to social work with ethnic group and social work activity with ethnic minority group, in particular students using a living lab to experience and the goal is find problem in marriage, and we will say and compare and analyze each other activity with partner university. Yes, and sorry. And the next, I would like to present the process of implementing living labs. And there are 7 steps in our process. The first, making syllabus. Almost step like Miss Dow present before, but I want to introduce in my class. The first, we are making syllabus social work with ethnic minority in a model in current training program in social work sector mentoring in Tân Trao University, and I have to revise syllabus first before I start teaching to still with Living Lab project. And the second, I will introduce the Living Lab and project survey. I introduce learner to understand what Living Lab is and how to conduct the Living Lab and who are the partner in Living Lab. And then I take some example of Living Lab at Yonsei University and explain to students to understand meaning and purpose of Living Lab. And the third, oriental student to find local problem. I gave a few examples of goal problem being solved locality, and so how to apply the spiritual knowledge learn to find the problem. And I so explain clearly to know how and apply knowledge to solve problem. And the 4, problem finding. In this course, students learn a lesson about issue of social cooperation with ethnic minority. I divide the class into 2 groups, and I choose a week to automatic learn some of the global issue happening locality. In addition, I also organize volunteer activity to visit my locality as a place of ethnic minority. They to help our students to find problem. And as a result, students confirm the problem that they have occurred, discuss and direct on teacher direction. Before that, students have 1 week to discuss both in and our class. They go on problem by the most victim. The final decisions of the group will agree with the teacher. And in my course, after discussion, a group came up with a list of problems, and I approached child marriage in ethnic minority and the find solution. Students discuss to find solution and conduct living lab practice. Then students will get data, and they they get data and they present the result. And the six-step presentation, a group guide to make video and discuss with partner university. And the last discussion, we show students a video of Yonsei University and guide students compare Vietnam and Korea situation, from which students got experience and apply them to its case in Vietnam. And now I will present Bruce Bosing solution. And after we conduct living labs, the research team gave the following specific solution for Tuyên Quang province and implement in. There are 4 solutions we gave. The first, establish and maintain the politic female leader with a dark group and organized group activity. They provide information and support give to encourage them to study and participate. And the second, continuing education, the law in child marriage and improving social skills for students in school. And the fourth, promote the roles of leader, leading the people in ethnic minority. And the last, change the way communication suitable for each audience. And this is some picture of my living lab project. And this is the reason after we conduct my living lab in my class for students, according to the post survey, all students, almost students says us they has a better understanding of living lab and found these learning methods very interesting, useful, and help to study more actively. And all students hope they continue take part in the living lab and next semester. And we have conduct survey for the local people, and almost they says us they think we continue to carry out local volunteer activity and get positive feedback. Almost children want to go to school and don't want to get married before 18. Family want to their children go to school and have a good future. And and this is my presentation, and I'm a little bit nervous because the first time I take part in the big international conference, and I'm so happy to be here, and I thank for the IPAS organization, and thank all the professors attend my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nguyen Thi Thuy. Now we have 2 discussants. Let me invite Professor Ha Young-shin. She's an assistant professor and the research fellow of the Center for Teaching and Learning at Semyang University. Now floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Hayoung Shin, and I think all of you are already known my name. Yes, and it is my honor to have a discussion in this conference, especially for educational context with the Living Lab in university classroom, because I majored education and also I am now a soon to be director of Center for Teaching and Learning in Semyeong University. So my main job is dealing with how to make some educational excellence for the professors in university context. So it's my main research area and also my main job for my occupation. So actually, I have to make my apology for all you guys, because I thought at the first it is kind of academic conference. So I thought I would be the designated discussion for the Professor Dao. So, okay, so in this year proceeding, we have some written discussion paper for mine. So first one for the Professor Dao's presentation discussion. So I will read some main points of the discussion for Professor Dao's presentation in here, and after that I will follow some discussion on the Professor Lala and Windrasji, and also the Professor Tui's presentation. So first one is we have on page 203. Above all, I would like to thank the Professor Dao for sharing her experience and all of the valuable achievement from her students. And actually, I physically reviewed and observed her class on Vietnam twice, and I had some interviews with her students, so it was very impressive and kinds of shocking experience to me. So it is a very minor, a very hilarious thing to me. None of the students in Vietnam use a smartphone in their classroom, and also their passion and their enthusiasm for their school. And as Dao and Tui pointed out, they had to commit a lot of extra time and effort to make their performance for Living Lab outside of the classroom. So it was very impressive to me of them. So first one is, yes, in this context, I wondered what motivated Tanzhao University or Professor Dao personally to choose the teaching methods innovations proposed by Education 4.0. I mean, Education 4 is kind of some digital era and very innovative approach. So when we have some kind of medieval and very traditional education style in here, so it is a kind of Education 1.10, and then we have some kind of field work or other modeling lecture, and for Education 2, so, and then some very first step for digital lecture is Education 3, and then interactive thing. And the Education 4 is very, I think, is kind of innovative and also very elevated version of education. So you just, I think, pass the 2 or 3. So it's kind of the big step and kind of skipping away from the 1 to 4. So So I'm curious what incentives or other institutional tools or some momentum to force to Education 1 to 4 without 2 or 3 in your Vietnam. And then secondly, in this presentation, I have a question about the inconsistency between the numbers. So in your table about that the teaching methods you professors are using in your university. So a very traditional way of teaching, like the rate of modeling was 94%, and that the group discussion was 83. So it is kind of mainly conducted by the professors. And also you mentioned about the project-based learning for 10%, and that the problem solving is 33. So I mean, discussion is very innovative and kind of new type for lecture, but only the 33 or 10% for the problem solving. So without problem solving, we do not conduct some discussion or grouping in our lecture, generally in Korea or generally in my classroom. So in this, I mean, kind of inconsistency. So it is not matching the general tendency. So please just give me some cue about that. Is that only group discussions are conducted in an unconnected with the problem solving, and only they discussing about the domain knowledge or the contents of the knowledge? Yeah. And the third question is kind of your result of the regression model. So it is my suggestion, and kind of, is there any misunderstanding your intended just getting rid of some kind of variables with your intention? So just give me a cue about that. So in here, you do not consider about the SES, I mean, socioeconomic status of the students. Even you mentioned that you dealt with some family, influence from family. So therefore, I propose to develop the current regression model as an additional model controlling personal background and psychological factors, because you put the kind of dependent variable as a student engagement or student interest. So when we dealing with some kind of student achievement or student characteristic, we have to separate some psychological factors and systematic factors. So yes. And then when we have some controlled model, controlled regression model, and that's kind of just a random model, we can compare the impacts volume or the size of the impacts of each variables. So this will enable more accurate measurement of the influence of teaching methods and lecture quality. The first one is, yes, it is kind of very general and common tendency what we've done, found from this conference for this day. So all of kind of living lab cases are talking about the results or performance from students are just ideation level. I think it is a kind of systematic limitation of the classroom living lab. So the result of students are just kind of making campaign or making some, the catchphrasing or making some, so they are all of the just ideation. So they making some idea and they are discussing about how to make some changes, but there is no or just a few prototype. So when we call the living lab, I mean, it is a laboratory. So laboratory means very testifying and validating that the possibility of that solution to the real answer for that phenomenon. So I think it should be some, more tangible thing. So is it your intention or just the limit of time or funds? So this is my question. And finally, I just want to suggest to the analysis on the problem. So it is also very general to all the presenters in here, and all the living lab cases for your universities are just digging out or just the deducting the problem of the only students made discussion or students field work. So I think it should be more scientific to make problem findings. So this is a very general kind of framework to the problem analysis for the importance and engagement. So it is very similar with the IPA, I mean the analysis for the needs or requirements for some scientific or social science field. So it is importance and engagement for the civic engagement thing. So I will suggest it. And also, yeah. So these are my discussion on the Professor Dao's presentation. And for the case of UGM, I have some very interesting finding for that because yes, there are 9 living lab practices from the UGM, and they are very diverse. And I think it is a achievement could be possible because the classroom is a public policy, because public policy is so enormously wide range of all kinds of policies, but still social science. So yes, those subjects we are dealing with in here were the social sciences, and also in particular the public policy and political science. So to me, as an education teacher and education researcher, I think out of the social science, out of the public policy, can we have some kind of this or just a degree of this to the tangible, and some real life solution can be possible in the classroom without any this kind of social science subject. So it is my only question, or you can answer this question. And you mentioned about the flexibility of the solution, the deducted from living lab practices. It is a very important element you mentioned, I think, because the flexibility means you can make some progress, or you can make some, the feedback from the test. So the tests means it is a scientific, and it should be testified, it should be tested, and you can make some validation process after you make prototypes. So I think it is one of the very essential of living lab. So you could apply that essential point of living lab in your classroom, not as a living lab, but also your own concept of KKN. Yeah. So yes. So I mean, Taedong Lee's presentation also showed us the possibility of a public policy classroom, and the operation of public policy research and development could be very civic engagement with not only university students and also the citizens with the living lab. But to me, is it possible to the other kind of the field work in our world within the kind of humanities or human rights, or human rights could be, but I think another very conceptual fields of work could be, yeah. So these are my questions, and to the UGM and also to the Professor Tui. Yes, so the first one is realization of your major and your domain knowledge to your classroom. So as I told you about that, students' participations are so high in your classroom, but I think they are kind of mandatory participation, forced by teacher. As I observed, I think they are very sincere and very diligent in your classroom. So it is very good way, but in other way, I think that characteristic of, or the essential of university classroom is kind of autonomy, and they have their own ownership to their time management or their engagement in their learning. So I think it should be more flexible, or it should be more kind of room for freedom for students. I think it's my question and also suggestion for taking their problem, like early marriage issue is very critical and very, I think it is worth to be conducted by our classroom. because very important to the quality of life in your local people, but also I think the students have to know about it with their own eyes. So that is my question and also suggestion. And the second is I think all of you are not aware about the details of the classroom of Professor Tui, but I saw your classroom was centered for some major, social work knowledge, and then your lessons about that the living lab practice are centered to your social work knowledge. So I think if they do not have any social work knowledge, or they do not have any interest in the social work, or they do not have any future direction for after their graduation, they can lose their interest in this kind of problems. So I think the stick together with your major and the classroom subjectivist or purpose is very good in one side, but the other side, the connections, highly connected with your major and your subject of the classroom is a kind of I think binary effect for the students if they do not have the interest or do not they are not the major of social work. So it is my question, because I am the professor of general education. Yes, so these are my questions.
Thank you, Professor Shin. Now we have Professor Render Bagang Bachar. He's an assistant professor of the College of Education, Batang Peninsular State University. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So before I go into the discussion, please allow me to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to Professor Sangbum Shin for onboarding us into the Living Lab project. And also I would like to thank the presenters and the discussants. We have been learning a lot about your practice of the Living Lab. So as the newest addition to the family, it really means a lot to us. We'll be implementing this soon in our own university. So please allow me to give my discussion by sharing some of my key takeaways, reaction, and questions also, not necessarily in that order. So let me start with the presentation of Professors Gabriel and Erda. By the way, congratulations, professors, for the, I think, excellent conduct of your Living Lab classes. So let me start with the GPP course. I do think that the GPP course provided a good avenue to teach crucial topics that are aligned with the Living Lab project. So by its nature, the way I understand the course, it allows for the presentation of global issues as complex and therefore requiring of collective global action. They were also able to outline their process very clearly. The topics, the themes that were selected by their students were very engaging for me in the sense that they capture the very idea of sustainable development. So some of their students selected problems that were environmental, some social, economic also, and I do believe that allowing for this kind of diversity is a good way of teaching our students to also look into the idea that not all problems can be solved using one particular lens only. Also, they were able to capture issues that are related to gender equality, so FGM, violence against domestic workers, and I think they were able to present some of their honest concerns or honest issues in their conduct of the Living Lab class. And I want to ask about that because I am expecting that I will be also encountering some of these challenges in my future classes. So I would just like to ask Professor Gabriel and Erda to please share how you addressed these concerns that you have enumerated in your presentation. The second question is about the sustainability of the projects. So I saw that The feedback was really good coming from the recipients or beneficiaries of the project. So my second question is, how do you intend to sustain the positive impact of the projects that were conducted by your classes in the communities that they have selected as their beneficiaries? And finally, I share the professor's view that of the importance of affording our students more opportunities to immerse themselves in the communities, for them to develop a stronger relationship with the communities, which is also, in my belief, a critical factor towards the success of activities such as the Living Lab. And then secondly, for Professor Dao, her presentation featured Living Lab as a pedagogy, which, when embraced, could potentially fill some of the gaps that are usually associated with traditional instruction. For example, the lack of grounding of our lessons with the real world. So I also believe about the critical role of technology in education, and the need for teachers to transcend from merely being experts to facilitators of learning, especially in the context of the Living Lab. So my first question for Professor Dao, if I remember correctly from the presentation, you were not able to approve all of the topics. Yes, so my question is, what were your bases or what were your criteria for approving or not approving the projects that were proposed by your students? And secondly, what challenges were encountered by the professor and the students of Tan Trao in line with the Living Lab project, and how were these addressed also? And lastly, for Professor Tui, the focus was on child marriage among ethnic minorities, and I think by its very nature, this is quite challenging because we are dealing with something that is culturally rooted versus consequences that would likely happen among, I do not know if I could call them victims of this kind of culture, or those people that are actually practicing this particular culture. So my first question is, this has something to do with the involvement of the students in the conceptualization of the project, which I think is another important facet of the Living Lab. So from your dialogue with your students, what could have prompted them to select this focus? So the process of carrying out the Living Lab was also clear. They used data to decide on the target community. So apparently the challenge is in terms of lack of access to the legal system and lack of awareness of the law covering this particular practice. So again, we're dealing with cultural beliefs and traditions. It's just very interesting. So I've read this in the paper. I think one of the solutions being proposed by the class is to seek the help of the elders. Is that correct? So the elders, because of their influence in the village. So I think one of the proposed solution is to educate, some sort of educate the elders and then help them raise awareness in their communities. So my question has something to do with that. So how receptive were the villages or the village elders or the community probably in general of this? And can you tell us more about the girls' club that I read about in your paper? So thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate again the professors, and best of luck as you conduct your future Living Lab classes.
Thank you, Professor Render. Now let me invite the presenters for their reply. Please, Professor Gabriel and Erta. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for all the comments and questions. We really enjoy having those comments and questions simply because we are on the process of developing this kind of initiative, and we try to take as many lessons as possible from your perspective. So then hopefully in the future this project can be more sustainable in a way, better deliver and impactful. So question and comments from Professor Hayong Sin. The nature of public policy is actually multidisciplinary. But then the way there are different ways in how public policy is taught in Indonesian universities. In my universities, we very much put emphasis on the social and political science, which is a bit different with the other university, for example, Universitas Indonesia in Jakarta. They are more economical. So we have different perspective on that, and that really affects the way students perceive the problems. But the point you raise is really an important reminder that something that we also realize, that any social problems have this multi-cause, multi-effect, and then it has to be approached multidisciplinary. We are thinking of not only having this kind of course at our department, but not only two of us, but also with Professor Purvo, and we are thinking of advocating it in a much higher scale. How about putting this kind of course at the university level, so involving more disciplines, and hopefully by that we can have a better way of delivering the especially the solution. And the concern on the tangibility of any solution, yes, we realize that, and hopefully, for example, in the problem of something that can be approached physically, something like waste management. Our department has been involved for quite some time, advocating the management of the local waste. But then we realize we can only contribute from the social and political perspective. We need those who know better in terms of the technical aspect, engineering, and so on. By the involvement of this multidisciplinary perspective, and then that project can be more successful nowadays, but not for this initiative, because one semester with very limited time in terms of the preparation. But in the future, we try to scale up that delivery. The flexibility of the solution, yes, we also do realize how to balance, the scientific part of the solution and the social acceptability, the political feasibility, and so on, and economic calculation. And so we arm students with this kind of knowledge and skill, but the way they implement is still limited. And again, hopefully with a better preparation, with a more multidisciplinary collaboration, then we hope not only that the solution is more flexible, but it is more solid in a way. So when it is implemented by local community, let alone if some other communities want to adopt that kind of solution, then we are confident enough that they go the right direction. And the other perspective, again, as I mentioned before, the way we deliver public policy courses is very much multidisciplinary. We also embrace psychological approach, human rights, definitely, sociological, anthropological, and so on and so forth. But then again, the limitation for this project is in terms of the time. And to solve this, we are thinking of not only scaling up this initiative to the university level, but also at the same time, in terms of the time frame. Again, it's not enough to do this kind of project in one semester, but to extend it more, we need to talk to the much higher authority. That is on our agenda, and hopefully if this initiative sustained, then in the future, in the next conference, we can come up with a much better presentation. But again, thank you very much for all the reminders. And then I'll pass our response to Professor Render to Professor Erda. please.
Thank you very much, Prof. Gabby. Thank you, Professor Hayong Sin, and also Professor Rendell Bakhtar for the inputs and also for the comment. It's very good for us to improve some of the cases. Well, I will directly to answer Professor Bakhtar inputs related to how to address the concern of the challenges. Yeah, actually the challenges can be divided into two aspects. The first, challenges that were faced directly by the student. The student think that they need to have that strong communications, strong teamwork, etc. So they come up, if they can make a video, if they can visit together with the group, meaning that they can come up with those challenges, they can face it and they can tackle those kind of challenges. They also say that they have challenges on communications and relationships with respective stakeholders. At the time, there was an issue that when they want to visit the places, the stakeholders say that, oh, what is that from? Why you are talking about that, and why you do this and that? And I always give support to the student. Please explain that you are students and you are doing this because there's no big agenda behind you. It is just a process that you are learning, you are studying. You need to practice on how to talk to people, on how to get the data, on how to identify the problems in the neighborhood and surrounding area. So you should be honest and say that you are just student without like a big agenda behind of that, because some stakeholder also have like a curiosity and also sensitive to know that who are you and whether you are come from like company or something like that. Yeah. Especially for the sensitive issue like early marriage or the FGM is really sensitive. So the students say that yes, in the beginning there was a challenge, but they know how to then interest themselves as a neutral positions just to study and just for the purpose of the knowledge development, not for another purpose. And they also think that the cultural difference between them will become a challenge, especially for the students that come from the international students from Burma, Myanmar, and also from Philippines. They kind of have problems in using the Bahasa Indonesia, because some of their respondents are talking Indonesian and they don't know how to speak English. So they need a friend who knows how to speak Indonesia. So they kind of work together, and this project makes them very close. So they sometimes they email me in the middle of the night asking, Mom, it's difficult to talk with the stakeholders. So it looks like I'm like a daily mother for all of them. So, but using the process, the good thing is that, I understand that I will not push them to come up with the strong, tangible product or something that they can be produced with the private company as making it as a big for market. But the process itself is important for them. At least they know that the ways to solve the problem is by visiting the problem itself. They have to open their mind. They have to start thinking from the very grounded. They have to know that the systems work, that there is a system of the thinking itself. That if you want to solve problems in the communities, in the social, economic environment, you should think very big in the system of aspect. You couldn't only work on one particular specific locations, but you have to see that, for example, the problems of waste is not only about waste itself, but also about the behavior of the people, about the regulations of the government, about the infrastructure, about the facilities, about everything that influence those impacts. So they will learn about whether this is a cause or whether this is an impact. So those is already important for us. Rather than pushing the student to come up with the idea of the product, you should with the product, it's kind of hard because student itself, we didn't give them enough background to make something, to produce something. But the idea of advocacy, the idea of making regulations, this is something that that also important in our major. So I think the way to sustain is, of course, make sure that students understand why they have to do that. So we hope that students bring that in their mind when they graduate and they become someone later on, become a stakeholder or become a governance or teacher or whatever, they know that they have to do that. It is part of sustainability, of course. And the second, in terms of our teaching method, I think I also talked with Professor Gabby that perhaps we could use it again for another class in the future. In this semester, this GPP class is not provided for or too many students, but will be provided in the next coming semester. I think we will do it again and to see whether the student also interested to do that again. And broadly, of course, we're going to bring some issues to be conducted more in the faculty level and perhaps in the university level. But of course, we need a lot of actors to join this kind of project. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, professors. Now I would like to ask Professor Tao to respond.
Okay. To her first questions about the incentives or other tools have been encouraged us to innovate teaching methods, right? Yes. Actually, in Vietnam, universities and education in general is under the regulation and the policies of the government. For example, in recent years, the ministries of education and training gave a set of criteria about the quality of university and colleges and the training program also. So all the university and college must try to achieve all the criteria of the set of quality, and in which there are some criteria of teaching method innovation. Yes, but I think it's not so great reasons and not so great incentive to encourage us to innovate teaching methods. Through researching the modern teaching methods of big university, maybe in USA, in Korea, in the Europe, we see that the modern teaching methods are like PBL, project-based learning, or case study-based learning are really effective for both teachers and students to train the way how to transmit the knowledge and understanding deeply about the knowledge. And I think when we conduct the class with modern teaching methods like PBL or CBL, students must be more active. They must study actively. They must research, study the books and the lecture before they come to class. And when they are more active, it means that the lecturer need less time to present all things of the lecture, and they will spend more time to interact, to give orientation, to give suggestions for students. And I think it's not only Living Lab on modern teaching methods are not only make students, require students to be more active, but also for teacher too, because I think when a student are more active to give to express their recommendation, their perception, their understanding, their discussion, it means that the teacher have to think outside the lecture. Yes, think outside the box the teachers how to research about the case, real case in the real life to make deep motive explanation and to solve the problems or the discussion raised from their student too. So I think it's the points, the important incentive that both students and of course especially from lecturer must innovate the teaching methods. Yes. And honestly, in fact, there are many universities and colleges in Vietnam, but each year millions of students graduate each year, but the quality of human resources in Vietnam is still quite low compared to other countries in the same region. And why Thai, Malaysian, Indonesians workers are exported to developed countries to do jobs that require high intelligence. But Vietnamese worker can only do manual jobs in other countries. So it's a fact that the higher education of Vietnam must train, especially innovate their teaching and learning method to train this fact. Yes. So it's I think we may be mostly motivated by the internal awakening more than the negative reinforcement from the government. Yes. And for the second comment, Professor Sins about the situation of teaching methods at Tân Trào University in my paper. Yes, I'd like to explain that there is no inconsistencies with the number because firstly, 100% lecturer voted in presentation doesn't mean that students learn about or practice these skills of presentation at the class. I mean, yes, it's mean that the lecturer at Tân Trào University still present all things from their lecturer, and students just listen and take notes according to their understanding. Yes. So about the group discussion. Group discussion in class at Tân Trào University now have been raised. The topic for students mostly focused on about the theoretical knowledge in the box in the lecture rather than the problem solving. Yes. The discussion is focused on how to so the exercise of the lesson. Yes. And about the third question of Professor Han Xin, thank you so much for the comment and suggestion. But this data is a result of other research conducted by my college. So it's only a description reference of my paper, but I will yes say the comment to the author of the research. Okay, and about the fourth questions, you asked me about the criteria to evaluate the validity of solution proposed by my student. Yes, I think that we have just finished the first period of Living Lab Cooperation, and the problems identified by my student are really big problems in my local. But in the class, I based on 3 criteria to evaluate the validity of their solution. First one about is the topic that they choose is in according with the actual situation of the local or not. Yes, and the second one is the second one is the connection between the knowledge of the topic they choose with the knowledge of the course. Because, for example, in the course of international economics, yes, you asked me one time about the problems that my students choose, how they connect with my module, yes, my course, and I explained to you that the global problems that they choose will be research on the terms of economics. Yes. So the second criteria is based on the connection between the knowledge of the course and the topic they choose. Yes. And the last questions you gave me. Yes. You asked me about what difficulties has I experienced as an instructor in applying living labs in my university, right? As I mentioned, my living lab course of international economics at Tân Trào University is the first time to conduct the class like that in my university. So actually, there are some difficulties for me and for my students. Also, for example, my students are mostly living in mountainous areas, so they feel unconfident to present, to express their thoughts, their perception before, especially when participating in activities with foreign people and organizations. So it's the first difficulties. And maybe language differences may be the most important barriers for us to conduct, to participate in Living Lab class, because after class, the lecturer and student must participate in sharing and discussion with the partner universities, with foreign professors and students. So language differences is the most important barriers. And honestly, sometimes I was also confused that how to encourage students. Yes, me, myself, sometimes I also confused that to find the ways how to encourage my students to participate actively in Living Lab, and how to make them understand deeply that what for they participate in the class like that. Yes, and if I can apply for Living Lab, another Living Lab class in the next semester, I think the first thing we should do is that make students understand the connection between each module of knowledge with specific problems in their life. Because when they understand what they are learning for, so they will participate in Living Lab class. Because now I think my students took part in my class. That's for because they were curious about a new type of a class in university. But I think it's not all of them understand that they are participating in what kind of class. Yes. And about the question of Professor Rendon, okay. The first questions, what criteria were used as base to approve or disapprove proposed topics or problems from my student? I think there are three criteria I used in the last semester Living Lab class. The first one is the connection between the course and the topic they choose. The second one is the suitability between the topic and the actual situation of the local. And the third is the validity of suggestion they propose for the problems. That's the criteria I use to approve or disapprove students' suggestion problems. And the second questions, I think is similar to, yes, Professor Ha Jong-sin, so let me don't repeat it, yes. And the third question is how does the university intend to sustain the implementation of the project? I think is maybe a big question for all of us, yes, to continue, yes, the Living Lab cooperation in the future. But I think that we should make an open forum, maybe online forum for all lecturer and student who has been participating in Living Lab cooperation, and we will share all information about Living Lab on this forum, and the student and the lecturer can discussion about the Living Lab project have been conducting in all the countries. So it's an environment for other people know about what we are doing. So I think we will attract more participation of other people in Living Lab cooperation in the future. So because it's a really big problems, big question. So it's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tao. Now I'd like to invite Professor Thuy.
Yes. Thank you for question from Ha Young-sin, Professor, and you have two questions for me. And the first question, it truly in my class, teachers just give the task for student, and you can see in our class, student automatic choose a way to present. Yes, and in all honestly, our student really like role plays. It's a very interesting to present, and they automatic choose a way to present. Yes, I just gave them the task. Yes, and they can learn more thing about the role plays, and they choose role play to present reason. Yes, and the second question, in my opinion, I think it's if we we want to main and develop living lab project in the future. I think it should be related to the major, and it help student useful and useful for them in their job future, and it reliable. Yes. And I think if students know that it's reliable and useful for their job, and they will continue take part in the Living Lab project. This is in my opinion. And I have three questions from the Gender Pater professor, and let me answer my question. The first question, as I present above, in my country, child marriage is meaning the marriage before the age of 18, and in Vietnam, child marriage not allowed by the law. And student was the one who identified the problem, and the lecturer with the role of guide will help learner find the problem in their locality. I gave students a week to go to my province, and they identify problem facing the province. Besides that, I also let them participate in volunteer activity in my province, and from the orientation of my lecture and understanding of students present their local issue and discuss in group, and present to lecturer the issue of child marriage of ethnic minority. And due to many relevant factors, I decided to let students do the above problem. This is the first question. And the second question, in my country, village elders were members of local government and organization, so they easily agree and willing to take part in activity. Yes, and I think the biggest difficulty we face when to invite village elder take part in Living Lab project, that's language, because village elder is ethnic minority, so the solution is to overcome this difficulty, group chosen ethnic minority student to take part in a project and to help us connect with village elder. Yes, and the third question, how well does the community take this solution? And I think, and how you describe the extent the community participate in this solution. I think for girls in all school and in our country, all school and locality, their organization is youth union, and they must take part in this organization, and we can cooperate with youth union and to organize activity for girls, and encourage parents to let them to participate this organization. And we organize cultural activity combined with propaganda about gender equality and child marriage, and students conduct survey about level awareness and satisfaction with the activity. And this is my answer. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we close this session, I'd like to open some comment from the participant. So if you have any comment, please raise your hand. Yeah.
I have some comments related to the motivation in innovating teaching method. And
for me, in my perspective, one of my most important reason for my the motivation in innovating teaching method is students. Because when I have lecture to students in the class, I look at their face. If they don't focus on my lecture, some of them look at their mobile phone, some of them feel sleepy in the class. I understand that. I use the wrong teaching method. So, I think I need to change my teaching method to attract them to focus on my lessons. If they understand the lesson and if they feel interesting in my lecture, that means my teaching method is suitable for them. So my the most motivation for me is student. Yes, and through the presentation about the living lab ideas from Dr. Edda, it's very interesting topics in your class, and I am very impressed with Group 7 about low standard salary problems and the homeless people is a big problem. It even happens in my country, especially for our teachers. Now the salary standards quite low, so some lecturers, some staff change their work and they lose their motivation in the job. So it's big problem. So it's very interesting topic. However, my concern is same like question of Professors Han Young to Professor Dao. How can you evaluate the validity for the solution, or the solution is just for solution, or is it can be implemented in reality or not? So I really care about the solution for this. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yan, for your intervention. And anyone have any comment? Yeah, sure.
Yes, we do realize, as I shared before, that the scope of intervention of the project is very limited. We mostly work with the policy level. That's why even those students try to advocate using the social media platform, but the end of that advocacy will lead to the government. So the way we try to contribute to the solution of that this kind of problem is by working closely with the government. Hopefully, then we have to normally two choices, right? You can work directly, you can deliver your message directly to the government, or you go to the public and press the government by using social media. And in Indonesia, it is more effective to press the government using social media. So that's also the way students use to advocate this kind of issue. So thank you very much.
Okay, I see a hand from Professor Stephen.
Thank you very much. So this, I'm not sure if I should bring this comment up because we're running out of time, but it goes to something I'm going to talk about tomorrow a little bit in one of the papers as well. So we've heard a lot of examples of different projects that people have used this afternoon. And I'm not sure I know the difference between living lab and field study and other kinds of active learning anymore, because we seem like we're incorporating a lot of different studies into the concept of living labs. I have my own idea. Maybe someone has your own idea, and I think it's important, especially for Lee's paper tomorrow, because you're trying to compare different living lab environments. So I'm not sure if we want to get into it now, but from an academic perspective, I'm just trying to understand where that border is between the living lab and, like, even you mentioned the word field study in your comments, and so I was thinking, maybe some of these are more field study oriented, and what makes living lab distinctly living labs? So I don't know if you want to make a comment about it, or...
Maybe Professor Shin can take the question, and with the final remarks of this day.
So I thought that if we had started with some kind of minimum consensus on the definition of living lab as a form of college education, that could be better. But I think even if we didn't do that, I think it's okay, because we have a lot of different perspectives, different experiences. Even though we started at the same point, we prepared all those teaching manuals and teaching portfolio, and distributed all those same syllabus and the same workshop and the same overview of the project, but it's a divergent, so it's really amazing. My understanding, I'm going to present this tomorrow too, but my understanding, Living Lab is a kind of community-based learning, and also kind of problem-solving learning. But unlike those existing courses, the core of the Living Lab, I think this is an experiment. We have to design experiment. We have to come up with some solutions, and then with that solutions, we have to estimate that with that solution, we have to estimate before this solution, the situation is just like this. After the solution, this kind of changes will come. So we have to predict this kind of before and after differences. And then we have to design this experiment, how to experiment this, how to come up with this, how to apply this solution to the problem. And then the course ends at that point. And then the real problem is where to do this real experiment. In the Yonsei students' case, there are a lot of opportunities for doing this additional fundings, but on these professors, we didn't really provide that kind of opportunities. So that was a problem. But before that, we identify problem, and then come up with solutions with some different ways or different levels. That's the end of the project, and then that's where we share our practices. So that was the original purpose. So, and then, but even if we had a consensus on that point, but there are still some differences. For example, evaluation. And then we're going to see that tomorrow morning in my presentation, but I have my own style of approval process. If I don't approve, then they cannot present. So it's like a dictatorship. She knows very well about that. My students know very well, but there are some advantages and disadvantages of this kind of system. So we have a whole variety of different practices, but the point is, living lab in the Living Lab case, all those problem-solving courses, unlike those previous courses of problem-solving, I think the core of it is designing. Students have to design their own experimentation. Experimentation is different from top-down style policy implementation. Policy implementation is just like a planning. Let's say we design our city. In the previous cases, somebody designs it and applies it. In Living Lab, it's not. We experiment in this way, and if it's not possible, then we go over in that way, this way or that way. because this is experiment is very flexible. If it doesn't work, we have to change the directions. This is possible because it's not top-down, it's not predetermined, it's not a planning. So that's the core of the Living Lab. So that's where I understand. So, and then, thank you very much for today's long day discussion and presentations. Really interesting. And before we move to the dinner restaurant, we decided to take you to the very short campus tour. It's going to take like 30 minutes. So let's pack all those belongings and then just go ahead.
Okay, let me make a final remark. Finally, we are at the end of the day one. Thank you for all participants who have been made today's session. And also, I would like to express deep appreciation for iPaid staff. This conference would not have been possible without their hard work. So please make them a big applause. Last but not least, I also would like to thank to the two technicians who have been with us for the day. Thank you so much. Okay, let's close today's session with a big applause. Thank you so much.